All right. Welcome everybody. Are we live? We good? All right. Welcome everybody to the Card Guys versus Blue Pitch Showmatch. I'm Casanova, joined by Mo Bogsley. And we got 5 games of fab action for you. A lot of exciting matchups with the new heroes. Some of the heroes who got some exciting new stuff. But Mo Bogsley, you actually just were in Japan for the world premiere. Got to see some of these cards, play some limited. Did incredibly well at the Battle Hardened. I mean, how you doing? How you feeling about the new set?
I'm great. This set is fantastic for sealed. I'm so excited to see how it plays out in Classic Constructed. We have all the new hot stuff here being shown. We got Levia, we got New, we got Enigma, we got Zen. We have all the hot stuff, and I'm so excited to be here.
All right. Well, this is going to be awesome. Let's take a look at the 5 games that we've got to play today and see who's going to be playing what as we go to that. We've got the first thing is going to be Will Bradshaw versus Xing Sang. We got Levia versus Enigma.
Yeah, me and you were both big Levia fans here, so I think there's a little bit of bias. I do believe this matchup is close to 50-50, with no side feeling super favored as of yet. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so far in my testing, that's been about the case. I think there's spots where I'm starting to feel a little bit more favored the more I play it, but then also there'll be like one day where it feels really good, and the next day the Enigmas have gotten like better, and it's starting to get a little bit scary again. And I have to continue to adapt. So I'm very interested to see how Xing will actually play this matchup, because over the last like week or so, this has probably been the matchup I have played more than anything else. And so seeing kind of what or how he approaches this matchup compared to maybe how I've been approaching it will be really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and up next we have Ad Knight and Pudding Tam. Ad Knight on Victor and Pudding on Zen. How do you feel about this matchup going into today?
That's got to be one of the matchups that you would want to see on Victor, right? Trying to find a ninja that is actually something that you can make use of your clash cards, especially because the new card visiting the estate, getting that extra gold and getting the might tokens has made Victor very formidable in those kind of matchups. But he has some scary things in the meta, with New being able to play his cards for free, which is scary when Macho comes at you for 0 cost. And then Enigma being a very difficult check for Victor. But this is a matchup I think that he'll have a lot of good equity in, with the ability to make use of those clash cards.
You do have Pudding, who is a ninja masterclass, right? Coming off
Yeah.
that fantastic Worlds experience, knows how to work his way around the ninja class. So I wouldn't count Pudding out of this one. This is gonna be a very tight match.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see how Pudding approaches Zen, because I think a lot of people have been saying, oh, Katsu's still just a little bit better, and not getting as hyped for Zen as maybe the other 2 heroes have been getting a lot of hype. And Pudding is exactly the person I'd like to see kind of a showcase on what Zen could be capable of. And to follow that up, we've got Alex going up against Nova, and that's going to be our new mirror. This has been kind of a deck of my nightmares as a Levia player, but she looks very, very cool. She does some really disgusting things, banishing cards from your hand and deck, maybe sometimes grabbing all of your power cards at once with Bonds of Agony, and just in general, plays on the stack really effectively with attack reaction. So really, really terrifying hero.
Yeah, this matchup's gonna be super interesting. I do know Nova took New to undefeated in the Battle Hardened in the Swiss person. So already has a lot of practice on this hero. So I'm excited to see how that limited gameplay will transition over to constructed. Up in the next matchup, we have Josh on Victor on Olympia. My bad, Josh on Olympia versus Jack on Victor. This matchup's gonna be super interesting because both these heroes can be built in different ways. Is Josh gonna bring the Decimator Axe and try to go for more slow controlling gameplay, or is he gonna try to wager every turn and really try to put the pressure on?
Yeah, I mean, this is cool. They both got the new cards, right? And so Josh having the ability to buy back equipment with Olympia, I think that card definitely brought some more legs. People were saying gold is the payoff, but I guess now we finally have the actual quote unquote payoff, what it was maybe intended to be. And I heard so many people talking about like, oh, do you play this decimator build and just buy your armor back and play for fatigue? Or is there, the ability to buy weapons back and actually use the block value on the like parry blade? People
Yeah.
had all kinds of like interesting ideas. and I'm curious exactly what Josh decided to do. I think the only thing that everybody was like, hey, this is good, is putting like 3 Galeas in your deck and using it to just generate gold and then buy it back.
Mhm. Free gold is still gold, and
Yeah,
can't say no
exactly.
to gold.
Yeah,
And then
and then
finally to
yeah, rounding it out, we got Zen, Nathan Crawford going up against Allen on Dash. Interesting to see Dash being picked up. Supercell, the only kind of new mechanologist card that Dash would maybe be looking at versus, the Evos of Tekla getting that AB. But maybe we'll see, a mechanoid Dash from Allen and actually making use of that Supercell, trying to tutor it back from the banished zone and make those hyperdrivers.
this matchup is gonna be super interesting. It could be an aggro match where they're both just trying to go fast and see who can go faster and hit harder. Or maybe Dash is gonna try to set up, go a little slower, and try to take the tempo that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it, right? Because I want to see the Zens pop off there, but we do have our first game. It's going to be Levia versus Enigma. This is honestly the one that I'm most hyped for as a Levia player. I want to see what Shing does. Maybe I can learn something from this match as well to bring back to my testing. And so we'll jump in with that first game.
Let's go for it.
All right, so it looks like they're getting their die rolls going. And we'll see who ends up going first and second. I mean, generally in this matchup, I've found that I want to go first as Levia into Enigma. You don't want to give them that free setup turn because reasonably they can just play multiple auras and then you don't get any graveyard fill. And now you have to try and catch up and hope that your hand is able to actually do something. So going first, passing priority. If Enigma tries to build something, hopefully you can attack and pop it before they get anything rolling.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the old Prism games where if they go first, they basically get 2 free turns. But if you go first, you can deny that free turn out of them. Looks like the players have rolled the dice and they are ready to get this show on the road.
Yep. I'm just waiting for this armor flip up from the Levia from Shing because I've been playing Sash and Hooves, and it's Sash and Hooves, but he's added
There we
Spoiled Skull, and
go.
this is something I was talking about that I wanted to start testing was more Spoiled Skull on top. And so he's going all 3. This is the full, unbridled aggression. Being able to have Spoiled Skull, buy you a turn back when you may have Brick to get more go again, find Dread Screamer, Shadow Realm Horror, and Blood Rush are usually the 3 names that you want to have in your Banish Zone when you cast this. And then
Yeah,
Sash plus Hooves, comboing those together can create some like ultra wide turns, especially on Blood Rush Bellows turns, and definitely something we're going to want to look out for.
yeah, this is definitely the all gas, no brakes equipment from Levia. On the Enigma side, we have the regular setup with the brand new Cosmo weapon. We have the headpiece that can search for a chai later in the game, tunic, and the new beautiful pathway boots that get Ward 3 and allows you to play auras at instant speed.
Yeah, and that
And
face
we
down equipment is going to be the cloaked. I can't remember the name of the card, but it is going to be the one that gives +1 to an aura. The way you want to combo this is with the manifestations of Miragai, because essentially it's a +2 instead of a +1 on that card because his attack is equal, or his ward is equal to the number of counters that he has on him. So it'll be incredibly powerful as we've got to start things off a Miraging Metamorph. That's poppable, and that can give Shing some graveyard fill, but this is a fun little bait you can do potentially, where you've got an instant speed aura in hand that you can cast. You throw a Metamorph. When they go to pop it, you throw out that instant speed aura, and now you get 2 of them.
Yeah, that's very, very scary. Enigma doesn't play a ton of instant speed ones, but the ones that she does play, she would love to get a free copy of. So a little bit risky. It looks like no instant speed aura coming out this time, though.
Yeah, and this is a very beneficial turn 1 from Shing. 2 cards going to graveyard, both of them 6s. That's going to be, it was an Endless Maw and a Boneyard Marauder. Now, the lucky thing for Will is as Shadow Realm Horror targets in the early game, those 2 are not very feasible because they also require Grave Banishes. So they're not going to be at least turning on the huge power turns yet, but they will be fueling turns in general by having those extra 2 cards in Grave.
To note, Shing purposely did not block with 3 cards, which tells us he had something else to do on his turn that he wanted to keep a card for. And it looks like that is Smashback Alehorn, getting an Agility token, getting the Might token, and really setting up for that next turn
Yeah,
while
and it is
costing
going to
him
put
nothing.
it is going to put exactly 3 cards into Grave. So can do a 3 banisher this turn. I feel like ideally you wouldn't want to blast through that right away. Try and build the grave a little bit more. But the fact is, it does allow Shing to cast something on this turn, which is going to be massive. You never want to let up pressure when you're against Enigma.
Yeah, there's a bunch of attacks that he could play that does not require banishing anything. This is
Perfect.
one of them. Slithering Shadowpede is a 1 for 6, with being allowed to play it from the banished if it entered from your hand this turn. But right now it's just a 1 for 6, which is a good rate. Pitching a red to do this.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's what you love to see with this deck, especially with the new Shadow Realm Horror. This is the new card that we got with MST, where if it banishes 1/6 from the grave, it banishes 3 at random. If it banishes 1/6, it gets +1. 2 6s, it gets go again, and all 3 6s, it gets all modes, +1, go again, and you can play one of those 6s from your banish on this turn. So these 1 for 6s are at a huge premium, right? Having that Slitherpede or the Slithering Shadowpede in the graveyard. When you banish with Shadow Realm Horror with a blue, now you've just got a 2-card 13 off of that. It's been incredibly powerful to pull off, and Shadowpede has been an absolute MVP card because of that. Now it has multiple synergies within the deck.
Very well said. It looks like there was just a Fate Foreseen from Arsenal as a defense reaction. So 2 damage dealt to Enigma, and we are headed back over to Enigma's turn where they're going to play a Waxing Spectre. It is a 2-cost aura with Ward 3, and if you've pitched a blue card this turn, it enters with a +1 counter. That +1 counter is very important for the new weapon, Cosmo Scroll of Ancestral Tapestry, because it gives those weapons with +1 counters on it go again. So this will be an attack for 4 with go again.
Yeah, and Will, interestingly enough, overpitched with another red Waxing Spectre. So just wanting to have floating resources coming into this. And of course, you did need to pitch the blue to get the value. I'm interested if he's just trying to hand fix some more, getting the Waxing Spectre out of here, or what was the big reason behind the overpitch in this spot?
Probably wants to keep the other card for his arsenal, and Waxing Spectre does not block normally. So you'd have to pitch on your opponent's turn to get that block from the Ward 3. And that can sometimes be a little bit clunky in the early game.
Yeah, that makes sense. And now we've got Ching blocking with both of the battle worn equipment, the hooves and the Savage Sash. And a lot of times it's funny because you would think, oh, he's blocking with them because he wants to use them right now. Oftentimes in this matchup, because Enigma doesn't really run many, if any, on hits, you just block with these on the first kind of convenient time because you don't know exactly when the perfect time you're going to need to break them is. So you just want to get that value as soon as possible, get it over with, because you might draw a hand with an Art of War and you cast that, and then you realize, oh, if I have an extra action point, this is huge. So you got to crack hooves, right? Like there's all these different ways where you don't entirely know when you're going to want to crack them. And here we're going to have a swing big 4/9 coming through with go again because of that Smashback Ailhorn.
And this really demonstrates how big Smashback Ailhorn is in this Levia deck. Cards like Swing Big, that used to be a fine card, it couldn't turn off Blood Debt, it was a little bit clunky, are now all-stars. When you can swing for 9, it has go again, it fills the graveyard. It's a great early play that puts on a lot of pressure here. With 1 floating, 2 cards left in hand, and 1 in arsenal, you have to be worried if you're on the Enigma side right now. You never know what could be coming next.
Yeah, this is
And
perfect.
even more beneficial, that Quicken token does not do much for Enigma.
No.
They really can't abuse that at all. So it's basically just a free 9 damage. And if they block it out, you're fine with that as well.
Yeah, they could like sometimes get cute and use it with like a Rage Spectre plus something, and it's like not the worst thing ever. But really, like you don't care too much. You're like, okay, have a Quicken, enjoy it. You probably are gonna have go again anyway, and we're gonna see an unmovable, which I've seen a lot of in these Enigma lists, just trying to defend the board, being used to block this out. Looks like that is gonna cover it up, so that will be
Yeah.
Quicken. But Shadow Realm Horror,
Oh,
notably
there's the new
not breaking the
card.
chain to put the Swing Big into the pile here, which usually would be what you'd want to do beforehand so that you have higher odds of hitting that.
Oh, looks like
Oh,
he.
he
Oh,
maybe
maybe he meant
did?
to. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
he
looks like
might.
he
Okay,
meant
he did.
to.
Yeah.
So if we hit that Swing Big here, that would be a 16, 23 damage turn, if I'm not mistaken. A turn 2, 23 damage would be pretty insane from this Leviathan deck right now.
Yeah, this is it's funny. This is a line that I've done multiple times and I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite uses is, play that Swing Big off of the agility. break the chain, play the Shadow Realm Horror, play the Swing Big off of 2 blues. And it is just ridiculous, the amount of damage that you're getting out. There's the Swing
There's a
Big, so
swing
let's see
big.
if the Smashback Ailhorn gets
Oh, the
dodged. It does
smashback.
not. So it will just be 2 floating and go again. It still is a claw, but it could have been so much more.
Ah. But Shing did play to that out, which is the most important thing as playing as Levia. Managing your graveyard is one of the hardest things to do. So knowing when to close the chain, when to keep it open is very important.
So quite the dodge here for
Locking
Will
with
to
a
not have to do
ripple
that.
away and a sink below to fully cover this. Keeping that aura alive for now, but that claw will clean things up.
Yeah, that's
So
perfect.
no
So Will
damage
full
dealt.
defending and still losing the aura, and it's gonna be full tempo with an arsenal for Shing. No tokens available, but
Oh, and
as I
discarded to
said,
make
as we
another
were saying,
agility.
no arsenal, but an agility instead, and that works out.
Yeah, that was a very, very good turn by Levia right there. Enigma didn't take any damage though, so very well played by Enigma as well.
Once again, Shing gonna have exactly 3 cards in the graveyard, so good management so far. It is gonna be all 6s, so a Shadow Realm Horror could be quite good in this spot. This is going to be Runner Runner. Wow, this is an interesting card. I have not personally played with this a lot in Levia, but if you are running the full suite of Smashback and Agile windups, it can find a lot of value just recreating those agilities every single turn.
Yeah, so Runner sees the original agility and gets you another one. So it's 6 go again into the claw. Enigma took all the damage down to 29. And Levia's going to Arsenal pass, taking 1 from Blood Debt, I believe.
Yeah, I think. Oh, it should be two. Is there a Boneyard Marauder there? Or is it just the one Shadowpede?
It's Swing Big and Shadowpede.
Oh, okay, so there's actually now 4 engrave, or sorry, 5 engrave instead of 3.
Yeah, so up to 5 engrave. Enigma playing a Rage Spectre. It's a 2-cost aura that when it enters the arena, if you control no other illusionist auras, gain 1 action point. So it is a 2-cost. It gets your action point back, and during your turn, it has Ward 6. Otherwise, it has Ward 1. So it is a 1-card 6 on your turn, which is very strong. No go again yet, but he does have those arms if he wants to put a counter on it, get go again, and try to defend this board state.
Yeah, and of course, with the Rage Spectre on board, you're just going to go ahead and take all the damage. Usually, as Levia in this matchup, once you have a grave, unless you can't use every card, you are going to say no blocks and just throw every card every single turn. And so we're going to see that from Shing. And of course, with an agility, it's really hard for Levia to not be able to use all 5 cards.
Will did use his tune-up counter there to play a Waning Vengeance as well, which is just Ward 3. And if you've pitched a blue card this turn when it leaves, you get a special shield token.
All right, we're going to start with the Boneyard Marauder with that agility. So that will turn on all the Graveling Growls as well, which I did see a red one pitched earlier. And considering the makeup of this list, I'm assuming he's on 5 or 6 Gravelings, as are kind of most Levias right now with the Shadow Realm Horror Edition. I'm interested if he's on Diabolic as well in the blue base, which adds even more 1-for-6s. It's been a pretty contentious card. Some people like it, some people hate it. I both like it and hate it. So, you know, it's very like a lot of people are having a hard time trying to figure out exactly if that should go in. And I'm curious if Shing is just kind of going all in on all of those 1-for-6s.
Yeah, it's a game that the highest high rolls feel amazing and the lowest low rolls lose you the game. So it really does do the best of both worlds. Coming in for 6 year with Go again. Will try to defend this board state, or will he let this one go again and try to rebuild? That's a question you have to make as a big Enigma on your very first attack, because once you take that damage, your board is gone. So you really have to play your whole turn out on your opponent's first attack to decide if you can block out or not.
Yeah, and pretty notably, Will has not really found any cheese, so we don't see the, you know, headpiece coming into play yet. A lot of times, Enigma's looking for that pivot turn where they'll block with headpiece, get the chi, and then go for a big manifestations of Miragai turn to completely swing the tempo, essentially swing like an unblockable 10, because if you block it, then you won't be able to clear it. And so that's kind of what will be looking for, but that can't happen until you start to transcend. And if this hand can't get that done, maybe it is just more D-reacts to block out and try and protect the board.
This is a very strong board. No counters on anything yet. So there's no go again for Will, but he still has a 1-cost 6-swing weapon on his side. So if he can just keep that around and just try to go 1 for 6 every single turn, that would slowly chip down the life totals.
Yeah, especially because usually, as we were saying, like Shing won't have the luxury of actually blocking that with many cards, if any, right? You kind of have to keep those full grips, try and deal as much damage as possible. And so being able to just protect Rage Spectre is actually just, yeah, one of the most efficient ways that Enigma can kind of play a mid game before they find their pop off turn.
And life normally doesn't matter in this matchup until you're dead. So it's very easy for both these players to take that damage and find the combo pieces they're looking for. It looks like Will is going to block for 2 with Haze Bending and a Sink Below from Arsenal, sinking a card as well.
All right, so yeah, gonna defend for now. I'm not confident that Will actually be able to protect the board since it was, agility. Blue has been pitched. There's 3 cards left. We can expect there's some decent follow up here. The chain being closed, so it's gonna be a Banisher. Oh no,
Oh,
not a
another
Banisher.
Smashback.
Just a
Okay. That
Smashback
is
for
looking
now.
good for Will.
Yep. Still 2 floating, but that at least slows it down. It means that with 3 cards, Will could reasonably protect the rest of the attack here, and it's just a Graveling for 6. So Will could potentially block with 2 cards and throw the Rage Spectre still.
Yeah, very interesting. The Blood Debt is turned off for Levia, so that is good to see on that side. This 1 for 6 will still strip at least 2 cards out of Will's hand. There's a lot of non-blocks in the Enigma deck, a lot of like awkward ward stuff. So one of the words might get cleaned up this turn.
Yeah, so right now, looks like it's just going to be the Ward and the Etchings, and that will cover 6. And so that does keep the Rage Spectre alive. That's going to be able to swing for 6 easily. But once again, Shing having an agility ready to go. An agility, a might, an arsenal. And so a lot of big things can happen out of this 5-card hand once again, especially with Sash and Hooves still alive.
Yeah, one thing to look at for the Levia side is how many Blood Rushes are used and how many Art of Wars are used. That's a good way to see how the game is going. From the Enigma side, you're really looking for how many Guys have been killed so far. So far, both players have played none. So it's pretty much even on life, even on board.
Yeah, pretty tough to see a Manifestations of Miragai being pitched by Will here, not being able to find any chi, so therefore this card is actually not very powerful, but you don't want to be pitching it away in this matchup, right? You want to be able to find this and play it out. You need that pressure against Levia, but Will, of course, not having a position to do so, and instead has been able to make some really good value out of this Rage Spectre. Getting 2 swings out of one of these is already just plenty, right? That's so much value.
100%. With that being pitched, I wonder if the last card in Will's hand is another Miragai that he plans on arsenaling here, or if it's another card like Sink Below or something similar to that to keep this aura around for even longer.
Yeah, so right now, Shing considering blocks, probably just seeing if, all 5 cards are usable, or at least 4 of them to keep an arsenal, because that you do want to keep rolling your arsenal as Levia. It's really important to have something that turns off Blood Debt. Usually you're sticking that there, or, potentially a Blood Rush, right? Like, those are the kind of things that you're looking to just park and make sure that you can have a big turn, because if you're going to take debt, you better do, like 20 something damage to make up for it. Um,
Exactly.
so we'll see what Shing ends up doing, because if you can only use 3 cards here, totally fine to just throw a 3 block in front of this and fuel your grave.
If you have Blood Rush and too many non-sixes in your hand, you can block as well
Yeah.
to make sure Blood Rush hits. You don't want to take that 50-50. So that could be another thing that Shing is thinking about.
Yeah, and as you
Looks like
stated, how many Blood Rushes, how many Art of Wars, right? And we've seen none of either, right? So that's a pretty scary prospect for Will, considering that this is a 5-card hand with Agility, Might, Savage Sash, Hooves up, right? That you haven't seen a Blood Rush yet, and if it shows up on this turn, this can be an insane amount of damage. I think some of the highest damages turns I've had with, kind of both of these equipment pieces on a Blood Rush, something like 40, 41 damage. So there's a lot of really crazy things that you can actually pull off. If everything lines up perfectly.
Yeah, going back to Shing's turn, both the might and agility have broke, and it looks like he's just trying to decide what the best line is to push the most damage. Pitching a swing big there,
Ooh.
playing a blood rush, which makes me assume all the cards are red in his hand, or he wants
All
to discard
reds?
one of them.
Yeah. All reds, but he does have Sash. So there is, that's kind of where this can help bail him out as long as he can draw enough to throw the claws, oftentimes the attacks that he needs to follow up the Blood Rush can be, paid for with the Savage Sash.
Very interesting. I wonder if Will is deciding if he wants to play something in response here, or okay, that is Red Savage Feast being discarded. Trying to really need to see blues from Shing's side here.
Yeah, interestingly, the Savage Feast could have been very nice, considering this is an agility might turn. If you drew more sixes, that can just be a Sash Pop, Savage Feast for free, draw a new card. But we see the draw, 4 cards, no resources floating, agility and might. I feel like there's a lot of hands where this is going to end up being a Sash Pop. But just Claw's going to get the agility, so not going to be able to have a big 4 wide turn here.
Yeah, if you're worried about the fatigue match, leading off with Claw every time is always the safer route, trying to save cards in deck. But Will just taking this, going down to 24. Another blue pitched. So 5 go again.
And that's the 2 floating needed for an attack plus keep an arsenal. So this is also quite strong.
Yeah, you're trying to get 18 damage on your Blood Rush turns on average, and this looks like it will be a 18 damage turn.
Yep, there it is.
So started this turn with 3 reds and a Blood Rush, and drew those 2 blues, so it was a functional turn, which is, you love to see that.
Yeah, you can always look for those like super, super high roll turns there with having the agility and the might and having these equipment pieces. But end of the day, as you said, right, 18 is your target for Levia to have it be a successful Blood Rush, right? If you Blood Rush for 18 every time, you're happy enough. Then Levia just has good ways to extend and do an extra chain link and get that 26. And a lot of times, 5-card hand agility might, you're expecting to get that 26, that 27. Doesn't get it here, but still, at the end of the day, it is 18 with an arsenal, and you turned off debt. You can't be too upset about it.
More importantly, like you said, the Boneyard Marauder was the last card in hand, so Shing didn't have to take 3 to his own blood debt that turn. That almost kind of saved him. Because 18 damage, but taking 3 yourself feels a lot worse than just 18 damage.
All right, so Will down to 11. We still have not seen a Chi come out for this Enigma, which is a big part of her game plan, is being able to get those rolling, get the Mirror Guys online. And so down to 11 life, just saw the first Blood Rush, and now that Blood Rush turns on the Spoiled Skull once it gets banished out of Grave to kind of, give you a really strong thing to target. So all the equipment still up for Levia. Just finding 11 damage is not going to be too hard. And here we don't have Chi, so pitching 2 yellows into Miragai.
That hurts
just so
to see.
Now you can actually make a
3
Chi.
cats!
Oh no!
Oh my! Wow. The good news is Sacred Art will transcend, making 2 special shield tokens, putting a +1 counter on everything with ward. So Miragai will still have 3 counters, which still attacks for 6.
Yeah.
There'll be 2 special shields that both can attack for 2. So this is not the end of the world for Enigma. Just seeing 3 yellows in the same hand never feels good.
Yeah, and I guess if you can protect this Miragai, or if you have something worthwhile to do, you do have the arm piece to give it another counter, so you can kind of make your Miragai at home, where you can still get him to that 8 value or the 8 damage that he usually has. But it doesn't look like there's going to be floating resources, right? Because both of them cost 3, so no extra floating resources to even swing, unless you use the Chi in hand. So yeah, you have to use the Chi to swing.
That's still what, 8, 9, 10. That's still 12 damage if we use the arms and our Chi. I think 10 damage is worth it here, putting Levia down to 16 if they take it all.
Yeah, 16 if they take it all. What the only sad part about that is if Levia has a good hand that doesn't turn off debt, it just gives them a free flip. So if they've got something like Agile Wind Up in a swing big, and they can just pitch into Claw, swing big, and call it a day, it's pretty tough to come back from.
There's only 1 go again in Levia's graveyard right now, so not an ideal flip scenario. And if Enigma can keep this Miragai on the battlefield, that's just another 8 damage
Yeah.
next turn that you have to fight through.
Yeah, then it would be quite a bit of pressure, right? So if it is a flip, it does have to be a big enough turn to threaten Miragai to either take Will's entire hand or actually pop the ward.
With hat up, with boots up, there's a lot of armor block with the arms as well. It's gonna be very hard to break through all this
Yeah.
ward plus armor.
And Hat can at least fetch a chi now, right? Now we've actually got
Yeah.
one.
Which can make another spectral shield next turn, which be 2 more damage.
And it can turn the boots on. So you can fetch the chi, and then you can turn the boots on for ward. Plus get the extra spectral shield as additional blocking.
This Miragai is being represented as 6 damage right now. I assume it's going to be a very sneaky 8 damage shortly. Shing debating if he wants to block this at all.
Yeah, Will has at least found a pivot turn, right? It was a really rough pivot turn to have to play through, but end of the day, the Sacred Art kind of made all the difference and made it, instead of being so limpy, it actually was able to do something of value, being able to actually still create all these extra tokens with the +1s on them.
Yeah, noting that if Will could have saved one of those restless Coliensins, I'm pretty sure I said that wrong. You could steal all the +1 counters, move it on to that, and then attack for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more damage as well this turn. If only he could keep one of those.
Yeah, if only he had a couple blues instead of all 3 of them here, would have made a big difference. Looks like a block coming through. Just going to be a blue Dread Screamer.
Which is a little scary because it means there is probably more go again in Shing's hand this turn.
Yep, Miragai going to get pumped by 2. Damage going to come through. Shing going to go down to 17 with that block.
Blood Debt perfectly puts Shing to 13 if he wants to flip this turn.
It's got to be a consideration, but you also just have to do max damage. So if max damage turns off Blood Debt here, then you're just going to turn off Blood Debt. And if Will tries to defend it and doesn't succeed, then you've got another chance to flip anyway, right? You'll be able to have another try. But if Will is able to defend this Miragai, that's going to get pretty terrifying. Yeah, threw his deck across the room.
Shing going into his turn with 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. A terrifying board state looking at him right now. But with Sash online, with Boots online, with Helmet online, there's so many options, so many lines, and it is a Blood Rush turn.
Okay. So this is potentially looking for a very high damage turn and then still flipping, right? It depends on what this arsenal is. But that is also a Diabolic being pitched. So he is on, more of these 1-cost, Savage Feast and Diabolic, as potential, plays off of Shadow Realm Horror, as, potential plays just alongside all of this 2-cost go again.
Yeah, this is the best of both worlds for Levia. Like you said, push max damage, keep Blood Debt on to hit yourself in the face, transform with an Art of War. This might turn off Blood Debt for the turn.
Yeah, this makes sense. You absolutely take this line. Shadowpede, so that'll be playable from Banish. He's going to get probably go again and draw cards, and then try and throw multiple attacks with this Blood Rush.
1 floating, guaranteed 8 go again no matter what coming on at him this turn.
So he still has a Hooves trigger on the stack if he needs it as well. So you actually, at least as far as I've been told by judges, you can still crack your Hooves after you've drawn the cards with Art of War specifically, because it just goes on the stack. Art of War fully resolves. You draw the cards, then you decide.
Here is Sash. This is about to be the craziest turn ever.
Yeah. It's like skipping the Hooves trigger because probably has go again from the Art of War itself, and now can just potentially crack Sash and throw something big.
There goes Sash. Everything costing 1 less this turn. Putting everything in the graveyard. Oh, maybe +1/+1 was chosen on Art of War instead.
Yeah, I'm curious if he chose Go Again. This is the one, you do have to choose Go Again or +1 blind. And I do think that dread was drawn. I'm not 100%. I didn't see if that was the last card or not. But also remember that this is a 3-card hand, but also a Shadowpede in Banish that is now cost 0, which is quite good. The blue,
Right. Starting
Claw
with
for 5.
Claw for 5. 2 floating. Oh. Looks like we're rewinding a little bit to send Shadowpede for 8 Go Again instead. So there should be 4 floating on Shing's side right now.
Yeah, currently
Slash that
4 floating.
Rakarampi in hand. Yeah, lots of decision points this turn. So with the cards being newer with Sash, a little bit harder to find the correct line.
Looks like just
And now
sorting
if
out
your
that
will,
Recaromp pitch as
you,
well, but
you have to decide if you let your board state die again, or if you think you can block out this turn. Blocking out with 3 cards in hand, Art of War, Blood Rush will be very, very difficult.
oh, okay. Here is a way to potentially get value. Oh, 10,000 year reunion is not at instant speed, right? Yeah, so this is just
No,
being
so
blocked with.
and blocking with the arms as well with Ward. So that's 3, 6,
7, 8.
7,
Yeah, special
8. Yep.
shield and arms. Yep. Oh, it would have been nice with all these counters to be able to keep that 10,000 year reunion. Didn't have a way to pitch into boots either to play it as an instant, because it would be free as an instant. You take the counters and you block 10. So just needed a chi. Could have theoretically blocked with Helm to get the chi, and then pitch that into Meridian Pathways so that you can play Aura as an instant, and then play 10,000 Year Reunion taking the counters to actually be able to block for 10. Could have been a reasonable line, but also needing that chi for your next Maragai if you can keep enough HP.
Yeah, Will is saying bye-bye to his board state and is just trying to keep that health total healthy. With 2 floating and 2 cards in hand, anything could happen next. So Will not trying to take that risk to keep the board state alive and basically giving up all the tempo. Keeping 2 cards in hand might let him set up a board state and swing for some more damage.
All right, and so this one might end up not getting Go Again. We've put 3 misses into the bin already just this turn, and I think there were a couple other misses that exist in there as well. But it is just a Dread Screamer coming in for 8, only costs 1 to cast, and considering that Savage Sash break, I think this card in hand may still be something playable on this turn. That will be absolutely massive with just that one resource. It could be Swing Big. It could be just another 1 cost.
Blue Brothers being blocked with. No floating, so that will only be a block for 2. It still does block 4, putting Will down to 9.
Yep, and Traverse is going to be
7.
blocked with, so a Chi will be coming to hand.
Best case for Will right now is this last attack doesn't kill him, and he has a Maragai in hand to swing back 8 with.
Yeah, and I get a feeling that the last attack is going to be threatening lethal, and this is a great way to do it, right? You just go for the Spoiled Skull. You name 3 different 1 costs. I think he's got Boneyard, he's got Savage Feast, and I think he's got Slithering Shadowpede all in Banish. And so you use the 1 resource to pay for Spoiled Skull, and then all 3 of those are playable because you have a card in hand. No, just going to do Shadow Realm Horror instead, but this opens up even more high roll potential if you hit that, as long as you had the pitch card in hand, which, we know that is going to be available.
Yeah, anything could happen here if that new card gets banished. Pick a card, any card will. Going with the
Yep, so Spoiled Skull just guaranteeing that you can threaten lethal on this turn. Force Will to block out. The middle card is just a Boneyard. So it's going to be
Boneyard.
8 more coming in.
Yeah, 0 for 8, still good.
Yeah, still a solid. I would say that's pretty on rate,
Yeah, 0 for 8, just fair things over here with the Levia deck. Shing's discard pile is still 9 cards, so still going to be super healthy after the Spanish.
All right, finds 1 miss, which is solid. Definitely wanted to find as many misses as possible here. Still quite a few misses in that discard. So there's potential for some tragedies, but there's so much pressure that I don't think it's going to happen because Shing still going to keep an arsenal, still having the hooves available, and just threatening lethal straight out the gates.
Oh, and Will did have the third
Chi.
Guy. So that was the best case scenario, but unfortunately, it needs to come down to block here.
Yeah, and the question is, do you just give up shoes as well? Probably do. You're just going to block 7 of it, still take 1.
It's still at 6. Is an illusionist. So still very easy to come back in this game. It is not over yet for Will. All it takes is 1 miss from Levia, 1 nice board state from Will. With the new rule, equipment can no longer be turned face down. It must be put in the graveyard, so cleaning that up really fast.
Yep, everyone has to be Levia now. We always had to throw our stuff in the bin, and now everybody does.
And yet Will passes back over to Shing after putting a counter on his tunic. And what does this 5-card hand do? 2 Art of Wars left, 1 Blood Rush. Those are the namesake cards we are looking for right now.
Yeah, the hooves to guarantee go again as well. We haven't seen that many red dreads or even Shadow Realms. I think we still have a total of 4 copies of those cards left in deck. It's either 3 or 4.
4 red ones, 2 more blue Screamers as well. So 6 total free go again cards.
And with the 5-card hand, that could easily be 3 chain links wide, which should be plenty to get it done from 6 if Shing's got the ability to play that out. But we've all had the Levia hand, draw 4 non-functional cards together. That's what your arsenal's usually for. So if Shing was able to keep a pretty solid card in arsenal as well, should be able to avoid any of those issues.
Shing checking all of his zones really fast, making sure that he has all the information that is needed. A lot to keep track of when you're playing Levia. 7 cards still in the graveyard, so you could do 2 banish 3 cards in a row if needed, close the chain and play a 3rd one.
I'm curious, he's tanking on this quite a bit. I imagine this hand is just not very good. Because a lot of the times the like really good hands are quite straightforward a lot of the time for Levia. I mean, there's some really unique lines that you can make. The really hard ones you have to tank on are when your hand is just bad. But we've got a Dread Screamer to start things off, and that's definitely not bad. That's Red Dread. We were saying he's got a good amount of copies of these left.
Oh wait, that's a miss. That's a miss. Is this it?
Oh no! He hits the other Red Dread, so he gets there. So we did know there were quite a few misses left in there, and this was maybe the thing that Shing was tanking on. Is there another way to get around this? But when you're playing Hooves, you don't have Scabs to try and just push through that instead. And while Hooves is very consistent, there are occasional times where you'd rather have Scabs, and it looks like he's holding on to those Hooves, considering 2 action points. If he's got a couple of 1 costs hanging out, I would love to see breaking it, but ends up holding back. Just going to do these 6 from the Dread. to start things off.
Will over there playing a Waning Vengeance. Ward 3, if you pitched a blue card this turn, when it leaves the battlefield, you can make a special shield. So basically just blocked 3 and got 1 life back for the next attack. Going to 3 with this attack though.
And so we'll see what Xing's got as the follow-up. At least one more attack. A lot of times there's just a barraging, but it's not going to be barraging. It's just going to be 6. You know, there's a lot of non-blocks in this deck, but Will usually can cover 6 up here. Going to block with Tunic, though. So that will be going to 2, I believe. No, it's got a little bit more.
So that is Ward 2. So that is 6 block total with the special shield, which is very relevant because Enigma can attack with spectral shields for free. So that will just be 1 free damage every turn until it leaves the battlefield.
That works out. And Xing, I wonder if the consideration was hooves just to swing an extra claw to see if that could be lethal. And that's why there was a lot of thought on it, but not pulling the trigger, deciding that 3 damage was not enough, especially when you have enough pressure, right? You are going to throw 12. You should be able to have another chance to utilize these hooves.
Yeah,
if
popping
you throw 12
hooves
every turn, you're going to win. You'll get
exactly.
You will get
guaranteed go again on a future turn is very relevant, where 3 damage would have only put Will down to 1 there. And 1 is not dead.
Yeah, 1 is not quite enough. And even if you're on Reckless against Enigma, 1 does not guarantee that win, right? You've got Ward that can protect against it.
Art of War and Arsenal, maybe that was the big tank last turn, debating if it was an Art of War turn or not.
Yeah, could have also considered Art of War just +1, trying to poke over the top during that turn on those 2 attacks.
Art of War being used as a attack reaction is always very cute. Banishing another Shadowpede, which is the best case scenario for Art of War. He will get basically a 1 for 6 for free with Go Again and draws 2 additional cards.
Yep, and right now he can decide to crack hooves if he wants. Get an extra action point with this essentially 5-card hand, 2 resources floating. It's pretty solid.
This reminds me of the old Chain days where Chain would just banish stuff, but it really wasn't a benefit. You just got like extra cards and it never felt good as your opponent.
Oh yeah, being able to, like, it always feels dirty when you get to banish your Shadowpede with Art of War, right? Like you're always like, oh, I'm sorry. Like
Yeah.
Look.
This downside, it's actually an upside. So
yeah, like my bad. My non-blocks are actually kind of good when I get to play them.
And your hero power's turned off as well. So it's what that. It really just is the perfect 2-card combo.
Yeah, it turns on all your Gravelings. It's just like, it's nasty. Oh, it's always fun when you just like play a Blood Rush and then you've got this right afterwards, and you're like, well, sorry.
But with the hold the line,
that's great.
Blocks 2, gives a protection of 3, so that plus the special shield blocks for 6. Another Art of War. Is this gonna be +1/+1? It will be +1/+1 on the stack. So that will push over 1 damage guaranteed. And the other mode
it's banish.
It was banish, draw 2.
And popping hooves. You can draw first and then decide. You're allowed.
So no floating here though.
Yep, so that is just the 1 damage. And now 4 cards. 2 action points.
Yeah. With Go Again no matter what. Oh no Go Again now because of Art of War choice +1/+1.
Yeah, but it's pseudo Go Again with the 2 action points, right? You're still throwing 2 attacks at the bare minimum, probably at the maximum though, because I don't think the resources line up to play a Dread in between.
Looks like Xing is checking his graveyard to see how many misses are there. Notably, those Art of Wars are in the graveyard if there is a banished card that is played.
All right, pitching a blue.
CNC. I believe there should be 1 floating here.
Yeah, I think it should be because it was 2 Art of Wars and the Shadowpede off of the first blue pitch. So
yes,
this is CNC for 7, however. And no D reacts might just mean that Will is gone here.
You could go one and hope the next attack is just a claw. So going to one, making a special shield when that leaves the battlefield. But even a claw gets there now, unfortunately.
Yep, and instead it's going to be making Blasmofet, and
Oh,
Blasmofet, the Soul Harvester's got a soul to harvest here. Gonna be able to take out Will with that extra 6, going to
oh.
-5 off of this one.
It really is doomsday out there today.
Yeah, big win for Xing, and that is just showing some of the power of Levia with the new Shadow Realm horror. That's so big. I mean, I love to see it. We saw the Shadow Realm not quite actually be able to banish 3/6s and get the full value, but you just see how powerful having those extra 2 for 6, in this case, the 2 for 7 go again in your deck is, and being able to just add so much more consistency to Levia having those big turns.
Yeah, let's bring in our players and talk to them about how they felt that game went, maybe where it went wrong for them, and just see their thoughts on this. Welcome in
From
Shing,
blue
welcome in
to
Will.
different color.
Hello.
Hello.
How'd that game goes, guys? What are your thoughts after that?
That was super fun.
Yeah, super fun. I think I misplay in the early turn. I should have discard the Age of Wind-Up before I use the new Majestic, so I got more chance
Hmm.
to banish 3/6 attack. So if I banish 3/6 attack that turn, I can maybe attack with another swing back and instead of crawl to create 5 more value. So it's so good.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
absolutely. Just
overall the game is so fun and yeah, I drew really good and yeah.
yeah, double Art of War Shadow Peed. It feels good to cast that every single time that you get a chance to. And I mean, just in general, Shing, how have you been feeling about Levia now in MST with some of these matchups that are pretty decent? A lot of times they can be closer to 50, but she's got a lot of power with the new Majestic and just being able to run all those extra go again sources.
Yeah, I think Levia new cards is really strong. But I think the main issue after MST is so rough to play against new because
Yeah.
you basically can got your um got your stack of your graveyard when you are against new. So you basically have to no block everything and they will banish your butt card and you have to attack a lot. You have to draw really good to beat new. But I think the fight is definitely fine into the other two new hero. So yeah, let's see what will happen. I don't know. Also.
Awesome. Will, tell us, how did Enigma feel that match? On your big pop off turn, you did draw those 3 yellows, which was really clunky. Do you think that was the deciding turn in that game?
A smidge. I definitely think drawing 3 of the exact same card that are all like yellows that are very niche, like awesome cards, but really only in specific scenarios. All 3 of those in one hand is pretty bad. But all things considered, and Shing even pointed this out in the game, like for such a clunky hand, that turn came together okay.
Oh
It
yeah.
was not that
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately Shing played the Levia and the sequence of cards that he was given was just a kind of situation where I don't think I had much of a shot. Like you were saying just a second ago, Cass. And if you can play Art of War in Levia and always banish Shadow Pete every time, that's pretty sweet. That's like
Yeah,
real good.
usually you win those games. Yeah,
uh,
usually you're able to win when you find those opportunities. And I think one of the big things that we recognized during the game is you couldn't find a chi for a very long time,
that's
and you
true.
even had to pitch away one of your Mara guys because you had no chi in the deck to actually block with Helm and set up the big play. And usually I found that in this matchup, that's kind of the big thing that can turn it in Enigma's favor is just getting that early on. So I don't know, Will, how have you been feeling about manifestations of Maraga as a card? That thing's a bit of a juicer.
Uh, Manifestations of Marigai is just the bomb.com. It's just the bomb.com. It's so good. It's the beat stick that you create. And basically, once you have a beat stick that's swinging for 8 or Lord forbid more, I've had it swing for 16. You just protect it, and it wins you the game. Now, Levia, when her cards are flowing, will stop you from doing that. But before our match even began, I had said to myself, I need Shing to stumble a little bit. I need his cards to be just a little bit clunky, not unplayable, but clunky. And unfortunately, that didn't happen.
That game was a pleasure to watch, guys. Thank you so much for that.
All right. Yeah, thanks guys. We'll I guess we'll keep moving on with going to our next match in a second here. We got to introduce who's next up. It'll be Pudding Tam versus Ed. We're going to have Victor versus Zen. So we're going to get more of the new heroes, more of the new cards, and see which of these heroes actually got some of the best support from MSD.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Pudding built his Zen deck. You can go for like the super combo, a million Whelmings, or you can go for like the more mid-rangey Crouching Tiger build. So it's always interesting before the game which route you go. And then for Ed, how aggressive does he want to be? Is it going to be more like a fatigue, like Bravo style deck, or is it going to be, I'm just going to attack you every turn and hope I can win this tempo game?
Yeah, it's super interesting because like a lot of the success I've seen out of Victor's recently is using that power of what people have been lovingly calling cast homes or visit to the Gold Main Estate, and using that just creates such powerful turns and so much tempo with the card draw that they're actually just being so aggressive and having a lot of success in that way. But going up against a ninja, some of the success of Guardian historically against ninja is the ability to block so efficiently. And so we'll see if Ed ends up blocking a lot more, or if it is just you're blocking efficiently anyway with the clashes and still playing aggressively, and just the fact that ninja has to play into your game maybe will lend towards Victor kind of getting the best of both worlds.
Yeah, cards like Terror Sunder, cards like Pummel, all these on-hit discard effects could be the interaction that Ed is looking for to make Pudding's hands a little bit more awkward and a little bit more clunky that he can't get full value.
Yeah, and we've been seeing with a lot of these Zen builds, and I'm curious what Pudding is actually playing here, where there's not that many on hits, and especially just because, in Ninja in general, there's actually not that many on hits. It's just that Katsu is an on hit. So it lends to where you have to deal with a lot, and you're forced into blocking in scenarios that sometimes maybe you wouldn't want to. Um, Whereas now with Zen, a lot of times it's a lot of damage. He can put out a lot of damage. He has a lot of really cool things, but the on hits are kind of few and far between. Things like Tiger Swipe, or I think it's Mauling Chi, is the other one that is quite good. But even then, it's just +1 damage. And so because of that, like Ed maybe isn't forced to block outside of just blocking efficiently and sending those big attacks, and not being fully required to, be like, okay, let me defend as much damage as possible. Instead, maybe I can stop you from doing as much damage by just throwing this, Spinal Crush, right? This is, like, now I'll just keep my hand and throw Spinal Crush because that's going to deal more or block more damage than actually blocking with my hand will.
Yeah, fatigue by damage is always a very interesting strategy because once they get low enough, they do need to give you cards. So their deck size will get smaller, their damage is less due to having to block you. So it's very interesting. It looks like Ed will have 2 slots. So it looks like Baby Hammer and probably a shield there, which makes me think he wants to lean more defensively in this matchup just by the equipment setup.
Yeah, so let's
But
jump
let's
into this game. And the thing that you pointed out, right, is we've got the shield most likely from Ed. I'm curious if we see the Crown of Dominion in this matchup. That's been something a lot of players have been doing
Oh.
with the visit to the Gold Main Estate, because of the fact that on the first cast of the card, you now have 3 gold, which allows it to trigger the Might as well.
That's a very good point. The helmet would be a very interesting thing to see here once they flip over their equipment. And on Zen's side, which headpiece is he going to bring? And just which equipment is Zen going to bring? Brand new hero. You could go with the OG mask momentum if you think you're getting a lot of on hits. You could go with his new mask. Really lots of choices from both sides over here.
Yeah, I've been really liking the Chi helm as well for Zen. Just being able to go and grab that when you have the perfect hand, especially when you have an Art of War, because then you can pop, Zen, and then use the Tiger as the banished target, and then you get this huge wide turn off of just kind of tutoring that chi to your hand. And I think that that's been really cool for me to watch, but I don't know if that's the best way. I've yet to find the Zen deck where I see it played and I'm like, that's it. That's the one. That's the really, really good one. And people are still doing a lot of testing, finding a lot of different things. I've seen so many people, they're like, well, I can combo for like 115 with this deck, but it's not very good. Like it doesn't do a lot throughout most of the game. And I've seen some people throw some consistent, like 2-card 9, 2-card 11 Zen decks where they have a lot of different ways to do that. So I'm curious if Pudding is going to be more on the defensive and trying to play off of a few cards and do efficient attacks, or if Pudding is looking for that kind of OTK Zen setup.
Yeah, her day 0 of the meta is when it's the most interesting to watch these games. So thank you everybody for showing up. It looks like the Chi headpiece has been used. The new ninja chess piece. The boots that get a crouching tiger when they block. And everyone's favorite tiger striped Shuko for the arms.
Yeah, I like this setup. I think you can get some really big combos out of this, right? If you block with boots and helm, you're gonna have 2 tigers guaranteed. And then also getting the resources from transcending. I've seen, just a lot of value actually come out of this chess piece in the past. I think it works really well. And also because of this, Zen has the biggest fridge of any ninja, right? This is 7 block on your equip. That's not something that you normally have when you're playing the ninja class.
Yeah, 7 block, and they're all such relevant equipment pieces too that you want to block with the head, you want to block with the feet. So blocking equipment with upside is very rare for ninja.
Yeah, and I think the very cool thing to point out about that is usually when do you want to block with equipment in Flesh and Blood, right? It's when you want to cover an on hit, or when you want to protect a pop off turn, right? You have like just a great turn where you're gonna have a huge combo, and so you block with equipment to protect it. So Zen, when he blocks with his fridge, is also building that pop off turn because he's creating a crouching tiger. He's getting a chi that he gets to draw. So you'll see Zen full block with equipment and then just stare you down with 6 cards in hand in an arsenal, and they're gonna do something crazy. So
And it
gonna get just a lot of blocks here on turn 0.
It does look like Pudding went first, Arsenal and passed.
Oh, you're right.
And then Will just threw a disable, trying to get that Arsenal. On Will's side, the equipment suite is balance. Oh, on Ed's side, the equipment is Balance of Justice, which is very good for those Artivore turns, letting you draw an additional card. Tunic, Civic Steps, which gives the ninja a Quicken token, which ninjas don't care about Quicken tokens. And then Gauntlets of Iron Will, which is very clunky for some of those tigers to try to play around.
All right, and we're already going to get to Transcend this early in the game. We saw in the last game, Will was starved for a lot of chi. This time, Pudding playing Zen is going to be able to get chi immediately. Be able to put that to hand. I believe that's just the draw and put a card to the bottom of the deck. So just going to be forced to just draw the top card and put that card on the bottom of the deck, but also going to be able to activate Zen, go and find just another 100 wins probably to follow this up, and call it a day. And that's a solid just little turn that gets the chi in deck to get things ready to go for when you actually block with Helm. Oh, no, actually, this is cool. So because when you transcend, you get the 1 resource, now you get to play Tiger, and then you get the combo for this Mauling Key to close to go at the end here. So this, if is not blocked, is going to be 6 damage. It's 5 damage with an on hit of an additional damage if it's following up a Crouching Tiger. Really, really cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. A 1 for 5 that basically says block me or take a damage. Really is going to force the hand here with the blocks.
So because this was just a blue 100 wins, this is a total of 6 damage on this turn. Is a 2-card 6. It's nothing crazy, but it did put the chi into the deck, and it got things set up for more. And with an arsenal card, that could have just been a 3-card something else that was much bigger, right? Or if you were able to keep a card to actually pitch to Kakara, you'd be able to do even more with that Tiger. So there's some definite cool lines here if Pudding was able to keep a bigger grip. Disable once again, though, and we saw him protect this arsenal last time. I imagine he wants to protect it again.
Yeah, very good. Just Guardian plays here. Just another, hey, I'm going to throw a big number at you and maybe steal your arsenal, which is exactly where he wants to be right now with these cards. Crush is always super awkward for ninjas to block because a lot of their cards block 2, not many of them block 3. So having to block at least 6 here to not lose your arsenal is going to guarantee 2, maybe 3 cards to fully block this.
All right, so thinking about potentially putting equipment in front here. It would be interesting to see, boots, helmet, etc. being used this early on, but we know the Chi's there. So there's not really a timer on when you need to pop off. If he's got it, he's got it, right? If he's got a big combo here, he can go for it. And we're
And
going to
he
see
is.
there is the block. So 1 card from hand. So you're not going to be able to have the full pop off here because you do need to block from hand as well. But this is still going to be a Tiger and a Chi coming to hand to go alongside these 4 cards and should be able to do something pretty nasty with that.
Yeah, this will still make it a quote-unquote 5-card hand for putting this turn. Getting that Chi, getting that Tiger. Really, there's so many plays that putting can do here. You can activate Zen to start the turn to get another Tiger, get whatever combo piece he wants. He could just play out his hand and see how the blocks are looking to then decide what he wants to get off of that Zen ability. Or he could just use the blue as a blue if he was blue starved to this hand.
All right, I wonder what the start is. A lot of times, Art of War on a Tiger has been really, the bread and butter of a lot of these Zen decks. But we did see some more Tiger synergies in this list already, so it's possible that Pudding is actually kind of going more towards the Tigers overall. Might want it for attacking. We can at least have 2 in this hand at the bare minimum, because we know we've got 1 already, and then pitching that Chi into Zen's ability can get you there.
So Chi is being pitched, it looks like. Looks like... Oh. Pudding might have been blue starved this turn, so that might just be a normal blue, which is still a great thing about the helmet, is it just lets you search your deck for a blue.
Okay, well, it's Blue Descendant. So this could be one of the Bonds versions of Zen as well. But also, there could be another Chi. So we're going to see Art of War in response here.
Yeah,
Probably
Art
as
of
a
War banishing
reaction,
that
pump it,
Tiger.
vanish.
Drawing 2 cards. I wonder if there's another Chi generation in Pudding's hand, so that blue was just a blue, knowing he could get another Chi later in the turn.
I think that's pretty likely, right? Because we've got the Descendant being played. I imagine one of those cards was a Chi generator. And that will give it an additional resource as well because of the chess piece, if it is. And there's the Transcend. It's Passover.
Banishes a card from the graveyard. Not super relevant in this matchup normally. So just going to take the top card, it looks like.
The Transcend, get a Chi, back to hand, get a resource. Still 4 cards, but can just pitch that into Zen.
Yep, there we go. Gets another Tiger. Gets whatever combo card he wants out of his deck.
Could just go find Bonds, following up this Descendant. Now, the Graveyard, I don't think was too crazy for a Bonds pop-off yet, but it can grab damage. We know there's at
Yes.
least a Mauling Key there, or Mauling Chi, which that would be able to do quite a bit.
With 2 unknowns still left in... 3 unknowns left in hand, and a Tiger about to enter the hand, this is still a 4-card hand with whatever card he wants banished. That is the fun part about this new Zen deck, is you have access to your whole deck so many turns. You get to feel like you're drawing so many cards with these Tigers. You just never run out of things to do. You never run out of cards to play. The world is essentially yours when you're behind this deck.
I just want to see how big this combo goes, right? I mean, it started, Blue Descendant, that's not going to be huge, but Shuko should be turned on at some point by either a Tiger or just any of these other attacks. And we've got all these +1s. So we're starting things out so far for the people at home. 2 damage, right? 2 damage so far? Or is Blue... Yeah, Blue Descendant is 1.
Oh yeah, 2 damage total,
So
yes.
2 damage. And we'll see where that starts to rack up, because the attacks have not started flying. It's just been the starter.
Ed's still at 36, so lots of life to play with if his hand is that good. Normally, Guardians don't need the full grip.
Ooh.
Breed Anger is the card that was banished. When this attacks, if Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, this gets go again and creates a Crouching Tiger in your banish zone. This is important because Art of War gave +1/+1 this turn. So all those tigers will be attacking for 1 no matter what, maybe more.
Oh, and natural bonds.
So for those of you at home, Bonds checks if the last card was Gust Wave. If it was, it costs 2 less, so it's free to play. It has go again, and when it attacks, you may banish a card with combo from your graveyard. If you do, search your deck for a card with the same name, banish it, shuffle, and you can play that this turn. So basically lets you draw a card of your choice and puts it in your banish to play. So the card that Pudding has chosen is that Pouncing Q, which if Crouching Tiger was the last attack, this gets +1 and go again. So this is going to be a super wide turn.
Yep, and we're going to see Balance be deployed here for Ed. So you can get that 2 block, and then he's going to be able to draw more. But now this Tiger is still going to get the +1 from Art of War, and it's going to get the bump from Shuko. So this is going to be a Tiger for 2.
And damage cannot be prevented this way in case it's a silly Oasis or something else cute hanging out over there.
Now there's 2 cards in hand, 2 resources floating, and then a Breed Anger and a Pouncing Key able to be played. I think there is one of these 2 cards a Tiger. No, it's not. This was the Tiger, and now Breed Anger will make a new Tiger in the Banish Zone.
Yes. Still with 2 cards left in hand and everything banished, this is already a huge pop-off turn, and it's not even close to being done yet.
Yeah, this is already 14 damage that has been deployed so far on this turn, and it's not close to done, as you said. There's plenty more to come here.
Yeah, 14 damage, turn 2, I believe, for Zen. Maybe turn 3 is crazy.
Now, important to note that this is, the 2 combo pieces of equipment. So it does need to be big. Every time you do this, you're breaking 2 pieces of your equipment to make sure this happens. So it has to be, I think for Zen, you're targeting to go over 20 at least when you're doing this every single time. As we've got Spinning Wheel Kick, going to use the other resource, and that's going to be another 5 go again. So we're up to 19 damage on the turn so far.
No relevant text on that besides it is a 1 for 5 with go again, which is all you really need in Zen. Big number and go again.
Fit your blue. That's just going to be 2. This does not get the bonus from Art of War. So now we're at 21, and the rest of that is going to be an extra 2 from Tiger and an extra 5 from Pouncing Key.
Oh my god. If he keeps taking all of this, he is going to be at 18 after this turn. Specific steps, this might be a good window to do it.
Yeah, I think it is, because there's the card in Banish, so Pudding is definitely playing it. It will eat the Quicken.
Quicken being generated, Pudding just sending that 5 damage over still.
Yeah, the combo on Pouncing Key is if Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, it's +1 and go again, so that would bump it to 4, and then +1 from the Art of War bumps it to 5. We're going to see some blocks, but Ed's still holding onto a hand, notably, to at least crack back on this turn.
Was it a 28 damage turn if my quick math was correct?
Yeah, it sure seems to be that way.
28 damage. Armor is still up on Ed's side, though. So still plenty of armor block left. And there will be a swing back of a Chokeslam. If Chokeslam deals 4 more damage, attack action cards can't gain power during the next turn.
Yeah, it would have been great last turn to have that crush effect going. But of course, it's always quite good against Ninja and Zen having a lot of, just combo pieces that pump by a little bit. But now Zen having a decent amount of 3 blocks, going to be able to try and cover some of this up, cover 6 of the 8, and Tiger Swipe. So that is just the full confirmation, even if we weren't already confident off of, you know, Breed Anger and Pouncing G. Tiger Swipe means this is a Tiger deck. This is make as many Tigers as possible.
Playing 2 blues here, which will let Zen transcend again, getting that chi. +1 to his next Tiger.
Oh, wait, this is a crazy 2-card combo. So Wind Chakra, because you transcend off of this, it's +3 onto the Tiger. And then
because you play
because
it
you
in
transcend, you
response.
get a resource from the 12 petal, right? And now you get to grab Mauling Key. So now you go Tiger for 3 because you've transcended, and then you get to throw a 1 for 5 that has an on hit for an additional
That's
damage. So it's like a 2-card
insane.
9. That's nice.
And it pitches for itself as well, which is like even cuter. Like it just does it all.
Yeah, 2-card 9 coming in. That's usually victor rates off of like a tunic counter.
Huh. Pudding went to the kitchen here and he cooked up a masterpiece right there. Jeez.
It's Levia rates. He just
So-
threw an endless maw at Ed.
Yeah, I really thought Pudding was going to go into that turn, send like a low number and just set up an arsenal, but instead it was just big number, big damage.
All right, now it's just a cranial from the side of Ed, which is still, you know, quite good, right? The
it's
crush
still
effect
8
is
damage.
relevant if it's an Art of War turn, but also this is potentially one that Pudding can just say, all right, ship me 8, and now I'm going to have another turn.
Yeah, 8 damage while Pudding's at 33 isn't a ton. But if Pudding can keep playing with 2-card hands, you could always just block this. Yeah, Pudding deciding what he wants to do with this. Ed doing everything he can with just these big numbers, these relevant crush effects. Is
Oh
that
my
a
God.
Cosmic Awakening
It
being
is.
blocked?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you
Oh
see
my
this card
God.
that Pudding has put in the deck? Cosmic Awakening, this is the one that if you pitch a chi for it, it costs 9. If you pitch 1 chi as one of the blues, it's 10 damage. If 2 of them are chi, it's 15. If 3 chi are used to pitch for the 9 cost there, it's 20 damage on the attack. Kind of like a late game bomb. It has a lot of the vibes of something like Last Ditch Effort, right? It's like very much going to be the last play of the game. If your deck is just this and a bunch of chi left over.
Back over to Ed's turn. I think he's doing his favorite thing in this game. He is swinging a hammer for 4, pitch a blue, and just swing hammer.
Yeah, he's defended extremely well, right? So Ed, even with these big pop-off turns coming through, yes, his armor is beaten and battered, but he's on 23. He's only down 4 life to Pudding for now. And of course, we could see that lead balloon if Pudding has another big turn here with these 4 cards. And starting with Tiger Taming Kakara and then into the 100 wins, this is already a lot of go again coming through for not a lot of cost. And levels of enlightenment, as people have been calling it, Chi Strike, kind of reminiscent of Enlightened Strike, has draw a card, this gets +2, or this gets go again, but it's a blue and it costs 1, and those you can get more than one choice if you pitch multiple blues throughout the turn.
Yeah, I've been super impressed by that card lately. It does everything you want it to and more. Ed blocked very well that turn, only took a few points of damage, and could still send back another choke slam off that tunic. So another 8 damage, and Pudding's attacks cannot gain power this turn if this deals 4 or more damage. So another must block on hit if Pudding wants to buff his attacks.
Yeah, and I think one thing to know is, well, Ed has defended well and made it this far. We have not really seen clashes come out from this victor yet, and so there's a lot of power still in this deck that can potentially rear its ugly head towards Pudding if Ed can keep finding that, and that chokeslam is just going to fully connect. So Pudding definitely not worried about his cards gaining power during this, it seems like, and gonna let that chokeslam crush effect hit.
Yeah, all these tigers this turn will be for 0, which is very relevant in this Zen deck. Starting with the spinning wheel kick, 1 for 4 with go again. So just a very good on-rate card with some combo text. And here's the first
There we
clash,
go.
as you mentioned. Trounce is the key one that you're looking for as well.
Ooh. Golden Sun, so a gold's going to be generated right away. and have to wait for that to resolve on the second part. So won't draw the Golden Sun, unfortunately, but at least going to get some extra on this trounce. And if you get the full win, that's going to be 2 gold generated this turn, as well as the tokens. And
And that
buckling
is a
blow,
full win.
that's going to get there.
So Ed is now getting 2 golds, a might, and a vigor token, which will also let him draw a card off creating a gold this turn. And it fully blocks that 4 damage as well.
Yeah, this is
No,
massive.
he does take 1 damage there. My bad.
Notably, if he is playing the new card, this is completely turned it on right now. We've got 3 gold in play. So it will create 4 might if he does play Visit the Goldmane Estate. It's going to be a little hard to keep that card and play it, though, considering just a lot of damage has been coming through from the side of Pudding, and the HP is getting kind of low. But it is Descendant. I wonder if we've got the natural bonds to follow this up.
The natural bonds here would be very, very strong from Pudding's side. Right now, it is just 1 for 3, so not super terrifying. But knowing which combo key comes next in these ninja decks is very important. Knowing what exactly you're trying to play around every single combat train when you're facing against these Katsus, these Zens, these Fis. Ed blocking with that buckling blow that he just drew off that gold token.
All right, pitch a chi, make a tiger. Probably fetching bonds.
The good news for Ed is that these attacks still cannot gain power this turn due to that choke slam hitting. So this tiger isn't as scary.
The bad news for Ed is this: none of these needed to gain power because they've all just been, head jabs plus, 4 go again, 3 go again, and now 4 go again. But it's gonna grab Malinki, which, even though the tiger could not be for 1, even if it was thrown after a Kakara, tiger for 0 into Malinki is still very good.
We might even see Pudding Arsenal that tiger if he just wants it for next turn. Now, because 1 for 5 is still just a good number.
That's true. Yeah, you could just say, I don't care about the combo on this chain. It depends what the other card is as well, right? If it's a better Arsenal card, or how wide this combo could go. But even if it's just another 0 for 3, 0 for 4, there's maybe even merit to save the tiger for a future turn where it could turn on additional combos.
Looks like the tiger is being played for 0 attack. Into the Mauling Key for another 5. It looks like the shield is going to block 1 of that, and the gauntlets will block another 1. So Ed is currently taking 3 if nothing changes.
Yeah, keeping 3 cards with the Vigor and Might. No, just going to throw an extra block there. Cover it
With
up.
the Might and the Vigor, it's very easy to get extra resources this turn. You also have gold you can pop if you need 1 or 2 more fewer resources. You can just pitch into that gold, hopefully draw blue.
Oh, looks like the board broke a little bit.
Should just be able to X out of that, I believe. Undo. All right, I'm going to Control Z really quickly to undo that. Did that fix it?
Let's see.
It looks like the playmat is gone. Yes.
Yeah, who needs the playmat, you know?
Going back
good to
over
me.
to Ed's turn with all those tokens.
All right, I mean, we'll see what he can throw, right? He's got Vigor, Might, as you mentioned, gold, right? He can try and dig for more resources. But just going to pitch a blue, so I imagine this is just a 2-card 8.
Oh,
Nope,
nope, it will
it
be
is
a
gonna be
gold.
gold. All right, let's
So
see.
2 floating right now for Ed. Drawing a card. He could pop another gold with that 2 floating if he wants to dig even deeper. Gold really opens up these Guardian decks. They have so much pitch, It's a spinal. A
Yeah,
spinal for
Spinal, and it is
9.
Goldmane Estate as well. So we finally see our first one, but unfortunately blocked with the shield and then had to use a gold, so not actually able to get full value out of it. It is just kind of a blue 3 block now at this point in the game. But still throwing Spinal off of 2 cards, that's pretty good. Spinal
If
for
Spinal
10.
crushes, that you cannot gain go again. So this is almost a give me your whole hand, or your next turn doesn't do anything relevant.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is a
actually so
huge
notable
turn.
that it's Spinal for 10, as you're saying, right? Because if you block for 6 with 2 cards, that crush effect is still going to come through. That's usually the big thing with Guardian throwing this for 9 is it's like, give me 2 cards and take 3 or get crushed. But now it's, okay, give me 3 cards or get crushed.
Yeah, Pudding could give up his chess piece. It is a 2 block Blade Break. Most of the Transcend cards we've seen already, I believe. So that might be the perfect time for that card to come out. Or maybe just both
Wow.
equipment and a card.
And
A
1
block
card
for
and then just
7.
keep a 4 card hand to kind of go crazy. I can see it. It feels pretty solid.
The good news is that leaves Pudding with no equipment. Shuko is a relevant card because it buffs up a lot of those attacks. That 1 damage is very relevant throughout the course of the game. But just keeping 4 cards is also huge. That is a Chase the Tail, a new Majestic from the new set.
All right, yeah, blocking with it, so not having the ability to create enough Tigers to get the full value out of that. Okay, double chi here potentially. Yep, Preserve Tradition. And we've got the Domain expansion. Make 2 Tigers. Tigers get +1 and Transcend. Having those triple blues. So gonna have 2 chi in hand after this one. Of course, just gonna be able to pitch one of those into Zen, but we'll also have that additional blue pitch, try and play around pitching into weapon and having some of the bigger attacks coming through.
Yeah, it looks like Spinal Crush was the perfect answer last turn. With 2 no blocks in Pudding's hand, he had to give up the equipment if he wanted to or not, if he wanted to keep a playable hand. So that was almost the perfect answer for this turn.
All right, and it looks like Malinky is going to be the one that gets put to the bottom of the deck from Preserve Tradition.
Card has done so much work so far this match.
Yeah, 1 for 5 with a relatively easy on hit to make happen just to get an extra damage. It's kind of just a 1 for 6, and that's incredibly powerful. And it's sometimes even harder to deal with too, because as you're getting all this extra damage coming through on so many chain links, and then at the very end of that long chain link or long chain of attacks, you just get 1 for 6 thrown at your face. But Chase the Tail going to be grabbed off of Zen, which when you've made this many Tigers, it seems to be the most efficient attack, as it will go again if there's a Tiger in front of it, and then it makes it so the next Tiger gets a +3. So it's a 1 for 7 go again.
Here comes Chase the Tail, which you just perfectly explained why this card is so good right now. A 1 for 4 that buffs up your next Tiger. But that is a test of strength. Getting a gold token for Ed, drawing a card, really getting all the value off the gold this game. Next up is the weapon coming in here. 2 attack will buff up the next Crouching Tiger. So the next Crouching Tiger this combat chain will get +4.
Yep.
Which is that relevant breakpoint you're looking for.
So it'll be at 5 because of the domain being used by Zen, right?
Oh,
Zen
and the domain.
So yeah, so all Tigers are +1. And so this is a Tiger for 5, which is crazy.
100 wins coming in next for 3. Pudding is going to Arsenal that last Tiger. Saving it for the next turn. Doesn't want the 1 point of damage. Probably more useful as a combo piece.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable. I could see that, right? You just do 1 less damage this turn, but even if you don't have a big combo piece, it's still 1 damage because you have the weapon. So you can still play it with the weapon to just get 1 you'll always be able to get 1 value out of this Tiger.
And Ed is showing us why blocking is so useful. It is 12-12 right now. And really just blocking a lot, sending relevant on hits, doing everything he needs to do. Putting in just played Ancestral Harmony, which banishes the top card of your deck. If it's a card with combo, you can play it this turn. And all your attacks with combo get +1 this turn. Unfortunately, it was not a card with combo on top of the deck. So it will just be +1 this turn to combo cards.
Wow. Orahan of Mystic Tenants in this deck. This is the book. This is your it's a legendary. You draw 2 cards. If Chi was pitched to play it, you draw 3 and it costs 4. This is kind of interesting with the chess piece because if you transcend and then you have this, you get that extra resource. So just that one Chi pitched can actually pay for this and just draw 3 cards. We're kind of past that where this card could be good. So just using it as a blue pitch at this point in the game.
The Golden Sun again.
Wow, gonna be
That
able to
is
draw
2
that
gold.
up. That's huge. 2 gold, 4 gold now. This is where it can get really out of hand if you can find a visit to the Goldmane Estate, but the health is just getting so low. We might be just getting a little bit out of reach from that as we've got even more attacks with combo coming through, getting that +1 from Harmony.
Yeah, that's a 1 for 4 with Go again. That's going to create a Tiger that you can play from Banished Zone this turn. Unfortunately, the Tiger's not going to do anything in Banished because there's no buffs or any other cards left, but it's still a 1 for 4. So with Tunic going to 3 this turn, I do believe this will just be a very overpowered attack. And there it comes. The Golden Sun eating one of those gold tokens, coming in for 10 overpower, while Pudding's at 12. So this is almost lethal damage coming across with overpower. So Pudding can only block with 1 card from hand. We see Macho Grande being pitched. That's a card you have to keep on your mind. That is 8 dominate. So if you go too low, you are just dead to one of these big dominate effects later in the game.
Yeah, could be dead to the next Golden Sun as well, right? Now we saw one pitch pretty early in the game, and then we saw one get bottomed by Trounce, and now we see this one. So I think there's one more, probably not too far down in the deck at this stage. And that can just end the game on its own as well. And that's a lot easier to cast, right? That can just be cast off Tunic counter. It can be cast off with pitching to gold and finding another blue. You can get there.
Yeah, having 3 gold left over opens up so many choices for Ed. If he draws too many blues, he can just go pitch a blue, pitch a blue, pitch a blue, and really just dig for this big damage he needs. Or he can use them for enablers like we're seeing now with the Golden Sun. Gold is just so flexible in this Victor deck. And Pudding taking all 10, going to 2.
All right, Pudding, show us what you've got. Ed has no armor left, but all of these clashes being towards the bottom of the deck have actually come in clutch.
Yeah, these golds drawing extra cards every time they clash have been super helpful. And Pudding starting with a Tiger form incarnation. It gets your next Tiger +3, and it adds a Tiger to your hand. So guaranteed Tiger this turn. It will follow it up with a weapon swing. So 2 more damage coming across, giving the next Tiger +1. So that Tiger is guaranteed for 4 now.
Yeah, it's cool to see the red Tiger form being played. I've seen a lot of it, in blue because that's your Chi starter, right? You play this, you make a Tiger, and then it gives you a Chi. So then, it's a blue played so that you can make it, you can transcend and make your Chi, and then pitch into Zen, and you now have 2 Tigers, and you can create some really big combos that way. But the red one is just, because this deck wants more Tigers, this is just a way to make Tiger in hand so that you've got it for the combos. As Pummel is going to have to be deployed as a blocking card here, covering up the Kakara, and now you do have that Tiger for 4.
Ed takes the 4, down to 5. Tiger Swipe is next. This one is very relevant. It is 0 cost combo. If Crouching Tiger was the last attack this combat chain, it gets +2 and go again. And when this hits, you make X Tigers in your Banish Zone, where X is the number of Crouching Tigers you control. So this will make 1 Tiger if it hits. It looks like it will not hit.
Yeah, but it is still just another solid 0 for 4 go again, right? And that's kind of all you need at this point, putting the pressure on. However, down to 2, Ed's was able to keep 2 cards in hand, right? This is just going to be the first Tunic, but pitching to gold can
Will
still
this
set you up.
be? Will this be the big goal turn? We're going fishing. Let's see what Ed can find.
If he finds another blue, he can still throw one of those 4-cost attacks.
Or he can dig a little bit deeper if he feels like he needs a dominated attack to end the game this turn. The fact that Ed hasn't decided yet makes me think that maybe it wasn't a blue.
Yeah, I feel like if he found the blue he was looking for, he just windmill slammed the big attack, and now it's a question of, do you fish with additional gold? Can you just pitch
swing
into hammer? Is that enough? Probably not. 4-card hand, 5-card hand from putting.
With that quicken token, which most ninja attacks have go again to start, but it guarantees a chain starter for putting. Ed considering all of his options here. 2 gold left. Tunic on 1. Oh, it's 2 reds. Oh.
2
So just
reds
bringing
having
the
to
hammer
pitch
in there.
into hammer.
It's still a hammer for 4. So this will still require a 3 block. So you're really looking for a blue there to pop another gold to be able to pummel something. But 4 damage is still more than Pudding can afford to take.
As you said, it does have to be a 3 block. If Pudding was caught on a hand of 2 blocks, and you forced to actually put 2 cards in front of this. But it seems likely from the cards we've seen so far that there's actually quite a bit of 3 blocks in this deck. It doesn't seem to be too heavy on the 2 blocks overall.
And also with putting down the 23 cards, there's a lot of chi in his deck.
That's
so
true.
if he drew like 2 chi and 2 blocks, this might be a little awkward for him. So really debating how to block this hammer. With no armor left, there's no easy play here. Also with Ed at 5, Pudding's trying to find the most damage possible to send back his way. It will be a 3 block. Is Tiger still in Arsenal, or was that Tiger get played last turn?
I believe the Tiger was played last turn, but I did lose track. It is possible that that is a Tiger that's sitting there.
Looks like the cards accidentally got dealt to the player's hand instead of put on the bottom. So we're going to fix that really fast. Going back over to Pudding with 3 cards, 1 in Arsenal. Ed's been blocking these attacks so well so far. And this Ancestral Harmony needs to hit a combo card off the top of the deck. Pudding is giving a little swirl, and it's not combo.
It is another Cosmic Awakening. Having to pitch an Art of War.
Just setting Gus Wave 4/4, go again. And here's another Test of Strength.
It's covered up.
Oh,
the
but it hits Trounce.
I think you have to break a gold here. Yeah, you break a gold every time. Gonna send that to the bottom.
Just any attack wins this Trounce.
No,
it's not. No,
I think you
break it
still
again.
might break it again because you really want to draw.
No, it's only the first time. It's only the
that's
first
right.
time.
That's right. You're so right. Yeah.
Path well traveled. Just to transcend. The go again does not matter though. That attack now does have triple go again.
That's true. You're right. It has triple go again.
Getting a Tiger.
Oh, but I think there's a bonds left. Yeah, there's a red bonds left.
So this is a bonds for 5. Vanishing the Mauling Key.
Yeah, because you got the 1 floating, so you just throw it's a 1 for 6.
But I do believe Ed can block this turn and still swing hammer. 3. Ooh.
Oh, it's actually better than a 1 for 6, right? Because you can Crouching Tiger in between, so it's 6 power, but the on hit is another 1. It's 1 for 7. easier to block than an actual one for 7, of course, but wow, go down to 1.
And then
Oh, the
pre-blocking.
tiger's for 0, yeah, so it's just blocking the block 6.
And then this will let Ed swing hammer for 4 again, which will demand 2 cards from Pudding. This game is insane.
Yeah, 1-1 here, and as you said, Pudding will have to put 2 cards in front of this, and Ed should be able to defend very well against that. Only a 2-card hand, but we have seen some scary 2-card hands out of this Zen. 2-card 9 can still put enough pressure on to maybe buy space, but this is kind of the spot that Ed wants to be in. If it's just 9, he can block 3 cards, throw hammer, and just keep that power going.
Blocking with 2 cards. Oh, Pudding is debating. Maybe he wants to activate Zen's ability now if both of his cards are Chai.
The problem is that they go to banish zone, not to hand, so
Yeah. I don't think a Tiger's worth it.
yeah, having
Only
that blue
18
pitch
cards left in
for
Pudding's deck, though.
he kind of wanted to be able to keep a hand with 3 chi and throw one of those awakenings for 20 to try and finish this thing off, but they never lined up, and now it's to the point where Ed should be able to swing hammer every turn. He'll never be able to keep 4 cards.
This is why both these players are masters of their classes. Both players putting on a master class with these decks, showing why Ninja is super strong, showing why Guardian is super strong. Both players doing everything it takes. 1-1, anyone's game still. Pudding still thinking about what he wants to do here with these blocks.
Yeah, it's interesting because it is just the hammer, so it is just a question of what are the 2 cards left? What can you actually do?
Have we seen the -1 attack Chai card be played yet?
-1 attack. I don't think so.
That might be super relevant in the following turns if Pudding is playing that. Would require another card to be played to get full value, but
Yeah, and from the deck composition so far, it doesn't feel like Pudding is on any of the defense reactions.
Pudding is in the tank, checking his banished and his graveyard, making sure he knows exactly what the best line for the next turn is. Looks like the players might be debating something. We see Ed brought out the test of strength.
Yeah, not many cards left for Pudding either. Quite a few chi. I think it's likely that Pudding has a chi in hand here.
Yeah, I think 1, if not 2 here.
The question kind of becomes how awkward can Pudding make the blocks for the side of Ed? He really needs multiple kind of 4 power attacks being sent forward.
He needs to either go 4 wide, which I don't think is possible with just 2 cards, or go a 4 attack and then 2 more after that, which is doable if you can create a Kachi Tiger somewhere.
Looks like Pudding is just double checking how something had happened on the stream, waiting for that to catch up, and
This game has been a masterclass. Oh, looks like
he's checking the bottom, checking his pitch.
This is a fun. Oh, maybe he forgot to shuffle last turn. Maybe that's what it was.
Oh, after casting the Zen.
Yeah,
he
there's no
didn't
shuffle. Okay, that's what they were checking. Sorry for the delay, guys. We are
Yeah,
back
he
at it
must
now.
have drawn into something that only could have been drawn had he not shuffled or something of that nature.
Yeah, that makes sense. So we are back on the action here. Activating Zen. Getting that Tiger. So if it's a blue in hand for putting, he could play like a 1 for 4, activate the weapon, send Tiger, send whatever he searches for. So that is Tiger Swipe, which is a 0 for 2.
Yep. Now you get to Art of War. Have to
Pitching
pitch
Art
it.
of War. Just
Yeah.
2. But that's still good. This will still be 3 attacks wide that must be blocked each. So it's still taking 3 cards out of Ed's hand.
Well, one of them is a 0 for 4, right? So this is 2, and then 1, and then 4.
Oh, it is a 0
So
for
this
4.
is actually
This
going
takes
to
the
take
whole hand.
everything. Yeah.
Unless it's a Sigma or something, but it's not. Which Putty will buy himself a 4-card hand.
All right. And just to deal 1 damage, I mean, it feels like this ninja deck should have an easy time pushing 1. It's
And
going to be cheap
this
pitch
is why-
immediately. That's going to guarantee a Tiger.
This is why Zen's late game is so good. Every turn you can just search for the best combo card, get a Tiger, and just get so much value that fatiguing a ninja now is like almost impossible.
Yeah. How many cards with combo are left in this deck? That's the question. There's 15 total cards, so there's got to be something good. I think we've only seen 2 of the Tiger Swipes, actually, and as long as it's a 3 of... Just a spinning wheel kick red. That's pretty solid. 1 for 4
Still
go
just-
again. That's exactly what we were talking about. That's everything you need in this situation.
Yeah, Ed is
Takes
looking
2
for some
cards.
kind of clash now to draw an additional card to fully block this, I believe. 4 damage coming across, blocking for 3. And there's a Trounce. If he wins both of these,
I can get an extra card.
he
There's a
wins the
wallop.
first one,
He's going to get an extra vigor as well.
which is very relevant for that hammer.
As long as he draws an attack, he wins it.
There it is. There's a
Choke
gold.
slam.
Drawing a card, getting another vigor. So you can use both those vigors to pop a gold next turn to maybe swing the hammer. He does need to live to the next turn, though.
Yeah, this is just a 0 for 3, though, so this is just blockable by 1 card. There is the 2 floating, so Kakara for 2, and then Tiger for 1, and that takes all the blocks.
And there's
And
one
so if
card
that last
left.
card costs 0, it'll be game. Tiger for 0.
And what's the last card? Oh, it's the plus
It's a
one.
+1!
It's the plus
The green that
one.
tips the scales!
Oh my god!
+1 on the Tiger for 0 gets the last damage, and Pudding
crazy.
Tam is gonna extend this lead for Blue Pitch to 2-0 over the Card Guys right now,
Wow.
as he barely sneaks by against Ed Knight.
Oh my god. That was an exciting game, and that is why we play Flesh and Blood. Oh,
Oh wow, what a cool variation on Zen here from Pudding Tam, going kind of full into the Tigers and really playing around the chi. We've seen a lot of people, kind of stray away or use it just for Art of Wars and play around, things like the bonds, which Pudding also did. Pudding was playing around the bonds, but still, just incredible.
that was such a great game. Played amazingly by both players. They both played in a way that neither one of them were out in any turn cycle. They played for tempo very well. Down to the wire that game, and I'm excited to see what the players have to say about this. Let's pull the players in and just ask them themselves. Welcome in, guys. That was an amazing game. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
What intense game.
Yeah, it was
Pudding, that final turn, Pudding, was insane. What was going through your mind when you realized you could go that wide and you had the +1 for the kill?
Well, at first I'm thinking, do I still have my combo card in my deck to search? And luckily, I still have some gas in my deck. So yeah.
That
Yeah,
was well played.
really came down to the end there. And Ed, I think a lot of it in first cycle just not finding the clash cards to kind of get a lot of tempo, and then it got to the point where we had that pivotal moment. There was the clash and then the double miss, and I think I don't know. Was there any other moment during this game that you felt like things weren't going right, or did you feel like the matchup was mostly in control?
Yeah, so I didn't see any of the block cards until probably halfway through the game, which is, obviously not what you want to be doing when you're Victor, right? But there was one turn specifically, kind of closer to the end, other than the double miss turn, where I didn't see any pummels, right? And I drew 2 red pummels at once. And the following turn, I knew I wanted to take a gamble, right? Where it was blue and pummel. The blue was an estate. So if I just swing the hammer and arsenal the pummel, I get no value there. So I took the line to pitch that, crack a gold, hopefully get a blue, maybe crack another gold, get another blue, and then swing in with the hammer on the pummel. Ultimately, you saw me pitch the red and the pummel just to, kind of dig myself out of that play, and that's the best I had. But all in all, it was a super, super close game. I did not expect to die to a blue +1 reaction. Or I guess instant speed, right?
Got lunging pressed in the current year.
That's right. That's right.
I think that's pretty cool to see. I want to ask you just a little bit about Zen as well. I've seen just a ton of different builds with this hero, and it feels like nobody is kind of too confident that the build is 100% there yet. You were playing around the Tigers quite a bit. Do you like the Tiger build the best, and have you tried a lot of the other variations?
Well, at first I'm testing the normal like only Tiger build without the bonds, and I think it's kind of like 5 but with more free block. But so I'll try the bond list, and I find the bond list is much better because the bonds is this guy is insane, right? It's like
Yeah,
0 for 8 at least. Yeah, that's why I'm playing only 3 red. And also I saw the remake best. They play like Rainbow Gaswave and the Rainbow Bonds, right? I think it's pretty cool. So now for the same player is try to figure out what's the balance of the bonds and the Tiger combo, I think. And yeah, one little thing I want to explain from my plays in the games. I know there's a turn I didn't search for a 1 for 5 combo, the Mountain Chi, instead of a 0 for 4. Because I was thinking if he blocked all of his hand, or he blocked like 3 card, so the next turn he only can swing a hammer, then I would like to set up for my next turn. So if he blocked 3 card, then I will arsenal my Transcend card instead of swinging the Kakara. That's why I didn't fetch for the 1 for 5. Yeah, I just want to say
makes
that.
sense.
Yeah, like many turn is I look how my opponent blocks, and then I decide should I arsenal. Yeah, that's why it seemed like kind of a leak of value when some turns comes. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Perfectly
makes sense.
put. Yeah. Learning from the Ninja Master himself. Oh, that was a crazy game.
All right, Mobogs, do you have any more questions for them, or should we move on? Because we've got a lot of games to play tonight.
Yeah, we have a lot more games. Guys, thank you so much for that fantastic match. That was a pleasure to be able to watch that. Next up, we do have the new mirror. So I'm excited for
Sweet.
this one. What are your feelings on that one?
Yeah, I mean, this is a mirror I have not been able to experience too much yet. With a lot of the new heroes, I actually haven't really done too much mirror testing. I've seen a little bit of it. But with new, I imagine you're kind of playing on the stack, but you do run defense reactions, so you have a way to kind of play into the attack reactions. But I do think that new is so good on the stack, it's really hard to actually defend against her. And I think that whoever is seeing those early bonds and being able to potentially take some very impactful cards from their opponent is going to be at a major advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, I also think that New's hero ability is going to be very interesting as well. If a player ever gets a chai, they can just activate it and just start stealing their blues, right? They can just get super value if those blues get banished at all during the game. So I'm super excited to see if that's going to be the game plan taken, or if it's going to be the helmet attack reaction to banish a card.
Oh yeah, and that's been a big thing throughout is which helmet do we end up seeing from these new heroes? And so far, it has always been trying to fetch that chi. And I think, as you said, there's a lot of different options that you have here because I think in the matchups where the blues are really good, New loves that helmet to create chi. And in all those other matchups, you can at least just banish a card. You got Coronet Peak, but maybe a little bit better since New can actually make some use of it later on. But this is the big chance. The card guys have to turn things around, right? They're down 2-0. Got to go for a reverse sweep if this was a best of 5. I know it's a series of 5, but definitely don't want to get fully blown out. You want to come out the victor, and there's still a chance to turn things around.
Yeah, I think the die roll might be super interesting for this game as well. I think going second should be beneficial, just because whoever goes first can just dump their hand to block. So I do think this dice roll may give tempo to the player going second very early on here.
Yeah, it's very neat with New as well because if we do see the new player going first, they can always put a stealth card out if they've got the hiss backup, and they can do the kind of like hiss slither if you block 12 and then move and attack with another thing. There's actually a lot of like Dawnblade Dory similarities with New because there's the ability to like, okay, you want to block really tall on this attack? Well, here's a slither, and we're gonna go around and attack with another attack here. It's kind of like Twinning Blade when you try and full block it out, and it's like, well, actually, Twinning Blade, go again. Good luck. They come around with another bigger attack on the follow up. So New with the big hands can always be really tricky and really scary. The worst thing is always when a New has like a 4 or 5 card hand and they throw that 0 for 1 or 0 for 3 stealth attack, and it's like, all right, your turn, try and block it. What have you got? And you never know exactly what you can do, and it's really, really hard to beat them on the stack.
Yeah, the mind games are going to be insane. If you can hold 1 or 2 cards, like you said, have 1 or 2 floating, it's like, is this my big attack? Am I going to give it go again? Do you want to commit to this stack? Maybe I have nothing, right? Like, there is so many small mind games you can play in this game with New that I'm super excited to see where these players take this. And if there's any like secret tech these players are going to show for the mirror that might push them a little bit over the edge compared to the other
there's
ones.
always also in this matchup and just in general with New is the arousing wave, the equipment that's kind of like face up. I have this attack react. They're so good with command and conquer because you just are always like, if I have 1 floating, I can +1 this CNC, and I probably pitched a blue for CNC. So you always have to block 7 or accept that your arsenal's gone at least once a game.
Yeah, very good point, because most of New's attack reactions say Assassin or Mystic, but Slither does not. Neither does Fang Strike. So you can just bump up that CNC, which a lot of players, I think, haven't learned yet with New being so new. But it's a very cute play that you can make with this deck.
And so there's going to be a lot of tricks, a lot of hidden power between these two. I'm interested on the daggers. We've seen people go for, a double blue dagger to try and just make sure you always have that. We've also seen some flick knives instead of, that arousing wave. So it's always just very interesting what equipment suite the News are bringing because, every hero here is brand new and there's a lot of different cool things that you can do with them. And so I think the consensus has not been made on most of these heroes yet.
I think another interesting point in this match that we should look out for is how often players are willing to Arsenal. With Assassin having so much Arsenal hate, it's very tricky to Arsenal a card knowing that it could just get blown up. You might lose value if you Arsenal a card. So will players be more aggressive and just throw better damage, bigger numbers, or are they going to try to set up bigger turns? So I'm excited to see how that plays out.
All right, looks like the players have rolled. They're shuffling up. Equipment's coming through, but let's take it to the game and let's see this matchup. The new mirror coming through.
Yeah, this might be super quick. It might be super grindy, and I'm excited. And there's the flick knives, as you said.
Yeah, so 2 schools of thought here between the 2 News, very different versions, right? We've got Arousing Wave and we've got the Stilettos. And then on the other side, we have Flick Knives and Black Tech. So we might see more contract focus as well, trying to be able to actually get some silver generated and actually refresh those. And also, no Beckoning Mistblade. Instead, it's going to be Nerve Scalpel Spider's Bite.
This is a very interesting setup from both players. They both have different equipment to start this game, so they both have different theories on what they're trying to do against each other, which just shows how interesting this new match will be. Right now, it's just the daggers, just trying to get some free early chip damage. Maybe just take a few cards out of the deck as well. 1 damage gets through with the Spider's Bite. So the next time an attack action card defends this turn, it would have -1 block. Nova does decide to just Arsenal and pass.
Yep, just an Arsenal pass from Nova. And now Alex gets to have this 4-card grip, try and make a big turn happen, and seize the tempo from this game. It's going to be Mistveil first. Maybe set up for a multiple chain link wide attack, but at the very least, just coming in for 1, and Black Tech just going to cover that up right out the gates.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how much use this Black Tech is going to get, how many times it will come back from the graveyard. Art of Desire Mind is a very interesting one, especially in the mirror. It's stealth. When this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. Whenever this banishes a blue card, draw a card and gain 1 life. With News mainly playing mostly blues, it is very likely to hit, very likely to draw you a card, and may just extend this chain link even wider if you can give it a go again.
All right, and Grain that tips the scales. Just going to give it an extra damage. So this will be dealing 2 as of now, unless a defense react comes out. Doesn't have go again, though. So this may just be 2, draw a card, gain some life.
That does transcend. So a lot of options are over there as well. You can use the helmet. You can use News hero ability. You do have a lot of choices now.
And almost certainly it will be the helmet. There's just no point really yet in using News hero ability. No blues in the grave, and yes, it banishes off the top, but I'd rather banish from their hand.
Completely agree with you there. Looks like they're just trying to find the Transcend version really quickly to add it to the hand. And looks like the helmet was activated there, banishing a red Venomous Bite. That is the one that makes the Fang Strike. Then a Fate Foreseen coming down to block.
All right, so no damage going to come through. But getting the 1 banish out of hand, so it will only be a 3-card hand coming back, as Alex gets to still find an arsenal at the end of this turn.
Still ripped 2 cards out of Nova's hand. Got to Arsenal card still. Not a bad turn, all things considered there. And now let's see what Nova can do with a 2-card plus Arsenal hand. They lead off with Art of Desire Body. When this hits, you're looking for a red card. So if this banishes a red card, you may draw a card and gain a life.
All right, and blocking with Hiss, and it says red card, but have to remember that News ability only banishes action cards defending. So because Hiss is an attack reaction, it doesn't actually banish on the chain, so it won't actually draw a card in this spot.
So we are going back to Alex's turn now. This mirror is also kind of like a game of chicken, where no player wants to act first with their attack reactions or the defense reactions if they can help it. Looks like the double Transcend is being played. So
Yep,
Alex
an
will...
Enigma cosplay here. So playing 2 Transcend cards, right, back to back.
And these are the good ones to combo together. So Alex will put an action card from his graveyard on the bottom of his deck, and then he will draw a card and put a card on the bottom. So if he doesn't need that extra blue, you can put the blue on the bottom and keep whatever he drew, or he can cycle something else out of his hand.
And will mean double Chi coming back to hand. And so really needs to have an attack to go with this. You're going to want to pitch Chi into the attack reaction. You can also pitch into New, hope you get a blue off the top that's actually playable, and just use it as banishing off of the top in general. And that could be okay. Or you use it to pitch to daggers.
Yeah, so many options already on this turn. And Looks like they are just trying to get the chi really fast to add to the hand. There we go.
I'm curious what some of the blues are that New would be running that would actually be useful in the mirror, because it feels like it's not going to be that many.
Yeah, it might be blue hiss, blue slither. They might cut those though in the mirror, knowing it will help your opponent.
Yeah, blue hiss and blue venomous bite. Like you could
Mhm.
also, the thing is with those is it's really hard for them to go to banish because you can still block with them because they won't get banished off the chain. So they'd have to get banished off the top, which is sure, but I don't know that you even would care to like pull them out if that's just what you're worried about, right? It's when they get banished off the chain that it's really scary. I mean that's actually one. Persuasive Prognosis. That's a blue that you would not want to see
Yes.
thrown at you once again. I guess Bonds as well, or your big scary attacks. But Prognosis is going to be pitched here just for a Spider's Bite, and CNC will be deployed to block. Now there's still a Chi in hand, and that's just going to be pitched into another dagger. And so 2 daggers throwing out. We're seeing some blocks from Nova on them, though. Yeah, blocking quite a
And
bit, and CNC going to be the
CNC
follow-up.
taking the whole hand this turn. Arsenaling the last card, which makes me assume that the chi was put on the bottom with the other Transcend card.
Yeah, some cool sequencing there from Alex. One resolving first, and because another blue had been played, it becomes a chi, and then use the one where it's a draw, and then put one to the bottom to put that chi to the bottom because you don't want both of them on that turn.
This is a Leave No Witnesses for 4. But with Tunic up, I guess Flick Knives actually doesn't get there. I'm so used to seeing a Rousing Wave, so this will just be for 4.
Yeah, no way to use the Rousing Wave. So this can just be one card in a Battle Worn equipment, or even better, can just be a Fate Foreseen. Call it a day. Frailty going to turn off the daggers, though, so a 4-card hand, a lot of times you're going to want a dagger on those hands. Not going to be able to this time around with the Frailty.
Interesting how good Frailty is in this matchup. Codex, as we all know, is a very, very strong card being shown here. Getting back Leave No Witnesses, getting the Ponder, getting the Frailty, shutting down the daggers. It is just doing so much off of this 1-card hand. Back over to Alex. 3 cards, 1 arsenal. Cannot dagger.
So gonna dagger for 0.
Looks like Nova is pointing it out really quickly. Maybe he just wants to cycle his hand though. Maybe he just doesn't want that card for next turn.
Looks like it. Gonna throw out Bonds of Agony. This is one of the big power cards that New has access to. You activate 3 or more attack reactions on this chain link. It gets +3. And when it hits a hero, you look at their hand and choose a card. And after that, you can search their hand, deck, and graveyard and banish 3 cards with the same name. So you can take every copy of it. So if Bonds is able to find connection with all 3 activations onto this New, and you're able to find something, like your opponent's Bonds in hand, you can just go banish all of their power card, right?
And the good thing about this is the arms count as 2 attack reactions because it adds 1 to your hand and you can play it. And same with the legs. So you almost always have access to 2 on the battlefield if you want to use them. And then you only need 1 from hand. So it looks like we are popping the legs and the feet to get a Slither token and a Fang Strike token.
Yep, and you only have to play one of them here to get the pump. But Nova has shown that he's playing defense reactions, so it's not a big pump onto this, right? This is going to go up to 5.
We need 2 defense reactions though to cover this up, and it looks like he does have none. So we get full access to the hand here.
Yeah,
Only
so you
1 blue
can-
though in the hand.
Yeah, but you can get rid of all of the Bonds of Agony from Nova's deck. Now, 1 was in graveyard already, 1 had blocked. And you get to search the entire deck, so you actually know what Nova is playing.
Yeah, the only way to save that is if it is in Arsenal. This is the only way around this effect.
And that also means that'll be 3 Bonds of Agony that actually becomes a strong play off of new. Just playing the new ability with Chi, play a Bonds of Agony, and then use your own reactions to pump it up again. Can be quite powerful.
This attack also does have go again if the card in Arsenal wants to attack as well. Not sure yet if that will be the case. And it will be. It is another codex. So both players playing their own codexes. This will shut off Nova's weapons for next turn. And looks like the choices are CNC, Fate for Scene.
Interesting. They decide to not find something off of Codex and then just put the Ponder in Arsenal?
Don't you need to find something?
Yeah, it's not a May.
Maybe he got the 0-for-1 attack that was on the battlefield and just swung it.
Oh, that's probably what. Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably just shortcutting.
Grab Bonds again, swung it, and then got the Ponder. That makes sense. It's like
Going back over to Nova's side, plays a Art of Desire body, which is looking for red cards, and then just gives it +3, gives it an additional banish, and then gives it +3 more.
Well, so it's +3, +5, and then +3 as well.
Well, it doesn't get the +5 because its base isn't.
You're right. This is base 3. I thought this was a blue. You're absolutely right.
So it will banish 2 cards though, which is relevant for the fatigue match. And it looks like it banished a blue Art of Desire, so that will be played later.
Just Arsenal the Slither. So gonna have to go again, ready to go for a future turn.
This is why new is so scary. Alex goes to his turn and just plays a Desire Flash. It's just a 0-for-1. What's spooky about this? It's nothing. So many questions going through their heads. What could this be? And it looks like it is Path Well Traveled, which will transcend and give that attack go again.
Oh, this is terrifying, right? You give this go again, you can actually just pitch into new, and you can put a Bonds of Agony on the stack with 3 cards in hand available.
And then how do you block that, right? Like, if you overblock too much, you could get blown out by another go again. If you don't block enough, they rip your hand apart and make your deck thinner of your good cards.
Yeah, and at the very least, there's no equipment left, so it would have to be reactions from hand. And it looks like it was just a Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation instead, and then just a Nick being put on top of this. So it's go again. It's going to swing in for 6, and it does have the additional banishes coming through. And if it banishes attacks, it's going to be healing. It finds 2 attacks.
Yeah, this could be a damage game, but this could also be a fatigue game, which I think both players are respecting. Each one of these banishes slowly gets you closer to that fatigue victory.
All right, and then to chain end, it's a surgical extraction, so this is going to have to be covered up as well. It's going for 5 go again because of the Mistblade. Going to cover that up, of course, because you can't let that on hit come through. And now Nova just stuck with, this little 2-card hand, down a couple of cards in deck already. And that extra life gain from Desires of Flesh going to continue to help out. So Alex is keeping this life lead.
Bonds of Attraction coming across from Nova. 0-for-3 when this hits a hero, banish a top card, and then banish a card from their graveyard. And it's looking for the same color banishes.
Yep, Razor's Edge
sees a sink
below.
That one does get banished. It is a red though, so it doesn't matter for the late game that much. But it does matter for those Codex turns. And Leave No Witnesses 4-4 coming across. This one banishes the top card and 1 card in their arsenal. So this is really just a 0-for-4 that isn't that terrified if you're in Nova's seat with no arsenal left. It you're really not that worried about just banishing the card off the top of your deck unless you want to save your life.
Yeah, it's not that relevant, but it still kind of is, right? Because Nova is already down 7 cards. And so this is just continuing that problem that Nova is having right now. And so just gonna try and end up blocking with 6 CNC and just the Nick.
Oh, and
And
then
then just the
double.
transcend.
Yeah. Which double transcend is very good here. With that surgical extraction in the banish zone, Nova could always just play that if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think you definitely do, right? This is just kind of your hand is too chi. So you just you pitch into new, you play the surgical, and then you can just pitch into Mask of Recurring Nightmares, and it at least is gonna rip cards from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, it's guaranteed to rip 2 cards, right? One from the hand and one from the arsenal. But normally when you arsenal a card, you want to save it. So it might just rip 3 cards from hand just to protect that arsenal.
Well, it's surgical, so it's pulling from hand, so it would just it's definitely just 2 cards from hand needed to block. So yeah, you're right. It is 3 cards because Mask is gonna rip a 3rd one from hand. It's always ripping 3 cards from hand unless you say no blocks. Then it only rips 2 cards from hand, but you also take the damage.
And then they get to pick which second card they take as well.
Exactly. Yeah, they're picking a card to banish. So it does feel like you're forced into blocking with 2 cards. And so this is like a disgusting 2-card hand because that surgical was able to be banished, right? And now
This
you
is a-
just rip cards immediately. That's really, really effective. Surgical, that was the target, actually. We were talking about what blue cards were the target in this matchup. Surgical has to be number 1.
And even more to note, we just said how Nova was down like 7 cards. With that play, no cards came out of the deck, and Alex just lost 3 cards out of his deck. So just like that, the card advantage game is going back and forth.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge.
And
Now,
this is
Persuasive
just
Prognosis, this always has the on hit. So that's why it's very effective, right? This is just comes in, you can banish top card of the deck, look at their hand, banish a card with the same color, right? So this is hand banishing for a 0 for 1. You're kind of forced to block, and that's a surgical that gets ripped. It looks like Nova just wanted to take the hit.
no, it was Passover.
Oh, the Passover
played the
grabbed
Passover,
the surgical. Okay.
Is the best one in this matchup because you always get to
100%.
pick the best blue.
100%. And then you just pitch into Mask, get another card from hand, and the sink below is going to cover it up. So it's not the on hit. They were just going to reactions. That's a good
Yes.
catch. It was the surgical. 100%.
And sync not sinking anything is very important to note there, which means
Yeah.
that last card in Nova's hand is probably very strong. Tunic is on 3, so this might be a 2 cost. And it's another
Codex
codex
again. Yeah, Nova's
But
been finding
wait.
these codexes.
He just lost his surgical, right? So he's forced to get CNC now instead of surgical.
Oh, and CNC's just strictly worse, right? Because there's no arsenal here.
Yeah, it's just 6 damage is still 6 damage. This still shuts down the daggers. It will get a pounder token. So this is a still super value play, but this is just damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not doing the assassin thing, right? It's not really threatening much. This, as you said, is just damage. The rate of codex is always insane. You're throwing 6 here. You're getting a new arsenal with your ponder. You're giving a frailty over to an assassin, so the daggers don't work. So it's always great. But the fact that it's not actually threatening something means, oh, what am I talking about? It's codex. It doesn't matter if he's an empty arsenal. Yeah, he's gonna.
Oh,
have
it
an
is codex. Yes.
Yeah. I'm like, isn't this card more broken than this? Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, absolutely. It guarantees that they're gonna have an arsenal. Yeah, I was like, it definitely does more than that.
Oof. It's been so long since we played codexes.
Yeah. So this is brutal. This is very
Yeah.
brutal. Be able to get the CNC through. The blocks are
This
gonna be
is-
really tough because of Spider's Bite, making it so the attack actions can't defend as much. So need to hope that you have kind of 2 reactions to block with.
Yeah, or that you just give up your arsenal and take the 6 damage.
And there it is,
That's
yeah.
what it is.
Wow, and it was a bonds that was grabbed. But I guess, yeah, he knew he grabbed whatever he wanted to just get rid of again, knowing he wasn't going to block. So just loses a card to the codex. It's a huge value from it once again. 3 card in hand with Tunic, but no daggers to be swung.
Alex activates the tunic, gets 1 floating, plays level, holds priority to play Stir the Pot.
Wow. And Level's not even going to be able to pick one, right? Because there's no blues pitched.
It can if he does the new ability before it resolves, correct?
Right. That is a good point. You
So-
can do the new ability. You won't be able to do mask because it's when this attacks, but news ability could be done with the chi.
Still those bonds in the banish zone. So they're still relevant cards.
Yeah, it's quite good. You just say you activate news ability and then you say go again on your levels of enlightenment.
And
Now
if it's
you're
a
going to get
blue
to
on
throw a blue
top,
attack.
it's a blue on top, you get to get more card advantage through deck size as well. And it's just for 5. This is a 1 for 5. Nova just taking the damage down to 24. As we've seen so far, life hasn't mattered in the early game. It's more about deck control and stuff like that. Currently, we are looking at 35 cards for Nova, and we're looking at 38 for Alex. So very even on the deck size. Spider Bite coming in for 1. These daggers are so awkward to block. Backstab being played. 0 for 3. No defense reactions on this chain link.
Yeah, that's
It
very
also
good for
has
pushing
stealth.
damage, right? Because you can just put this 3, and if they want to block it, you get to dump all your attack reactions, and they can't respond.
They have to make the choice before you do, which feels so much better.
Yeah, I'm curious if that means that Nova is running some of the, spike with X reactions. Because Backstab uses those a lot better than a lot of the other stealth cards, right? Because it just means that when you play this on the stack, it can't be stopped. And there it is, Spike with Blood Rot.
Oh, so that is Razor's Edge, which is +3, and then Spike with Blood Rot. So +3 in this hits make a Blood Rot token.
Yeah, and if
This
if
is
you're
coming in for
opting into the
6.
package of these Spike with cards, Backstab makes so much sense. It's really powerful in being able to just push those through because your opponent can't respond, so they have to overblock initially if they want to try and stop it. And oftentimes you can just say, all right, well, I'll arsenal my reaction now. I won't
Yeah,
play.
if you overblock, you win on the deck size, which we've noted how important that is in this matchup. So you can win on multiple angles. It looks like I missed that play. I looked away for a second. Was that just a
It looked like just dagger.
dagger pass?
That was all.
And double backstab pitched for Nova to swing that dagger and then just plays an E-strike for 7, I assume?
Yeah, it must be, right? It seems like this was a big offhand for Nova, and that's massive for Alex, considering that he just had to swing dagger and do nothing on the previous turn.
Yeah, both players, I mean, back-to-back off turns. I have a feeling the fireworks about to start again, though.
Yeah, surgical pitch into Spider's Bite, so it must be some more gas to follow this up, or just no other blue, and it's a leave no.
Yeah, leave no witnesses. One of the hardest cards to block when your opponent has 1 floating, because you never know if it's +3 or if it's nothing, and you don't want to overblock for 7 unless you're confident that it's a buff.
The 1 floating is so scary against new every time because you also have to think, is it +3 or is it +4? Because if it is that venomous bite, you get that Fang Strike follow up. It gets to be +4 instead, and you always have to consider what you can play around, what you can afford to play around, and the consequences of just letting this go. Now, of course, when it's 1 card in hand, it's tough, right? Because if you just let this go, Alex just gets an arsenal.
Yeah, it looks like Nova's saying, show me the buff. I'm just going to block for 4. And Alex says it's 4 is fine.
All right. That is the best case scenario here. And especially because it was a D-React in Arsenal, right? So you get to protect the Arsenal itself by putting that 4 block out. And so now, even if the attack react comes through, Leave No Witnesses is not taking a card outside of just from the deck, right? Which is, it's impactful, but it's not going to be game losing.
Yeah, Spider Bite hits first. And Double Trouble, one of my favorite cards in this new set. It's a 0 for 3. And if you've played or activated 2 or more attack reactions this chain link, it gets +2 and on hit banish the top 2 of your opponent's deck. So it's one of those mind tricky games that it could be a 0 for 5 that banishes 2 cards. It could be a 0 for 3. One of those cards that you have to respect, but you don't want to overblock by too much because they just don't buff it, right? Just like the other card.
Yeah. And considering that Nova's been playing these spike with cards as well, like the spike with Blood Rot that we saw, I like this even more. We've seen so many more attack reacts. It makes this card so much better. And there's the spike with Blood Rot off the one floating. And now is there going to be another reaction in hand? And there's the Tunic, there's the Hiss. And so that's +6 from the reactions, but then just the +2 from Double Trouble itself. So this is coming for 11 plus a Blood Rot Pox. And that's massive. There's only 15 life left for Alex, right? So just blocking 3 of this, taking 8, and then a Blood Rot sitting on your side of the field, you're starting to get in a lot of trouble when it comes to the health.
And you get to Arsenal that Go again, and you get to banish 2 cards. Like, this card just, it does everything you need it to.
Yeah, and on top of that, we have to remember that this is Nova with Flick Knives, so there's going to be 2 unpreventable damage throughout the rest of this game as well. Alex asking about the Slither. There should be a Slither created. Oh, actually, yeah, it is a blue in the pitch. Yep, so it should be a Slither created. I was just double checking that we didn't actually just not have pitched, but we did.
And this turn is insane. You got to String the Spider's Bite, which made blocking super awkward to begin with. Then you played a Double Trouble that basically says, I might just give this Go again and send another attack. You don't know what this is going to be. So all these like very small sequencing plays has made it super awkward for both players to attack, and you never know what you're going to play around with this relevant text on these cards. Like, will you play 2 attack reactions? It seems unlikely, but you might. And then if you do play 2 attack reactions, what does that mean for me? And should I overblock it?
Yeah, and always having these attack reactions just on the board, able to be used at any time, right? You've got the Flick Knives, that's a react. You've got Black Tech, that's a react, and those don't cost anything. And then on top of that, massive recurring nightmares. But there's Oasis. So Fate Oasis gonna try and cover a lot of this up, and that actually gets 11. To 11.
Wow, so Nova can just Arsenal that Go again.
Codex!
It's a Codex! Wow.
Now you can threaten that Slither in Arsenal.
Alex looking at his graveyard, debating what he wants to get. It will be Leave No Witnesses.
Says, give me 2 cards or give me your Slither. There's the
Slither might be worth 2 cards. Slither is very strong.
Yeah, Flick Knives even being put in front of the block before any flicks have happened. So not going to take those 2 extra damage. Instead, just going to keep the daggers the rest of the game.
Back to Nova, sending a CNC. But we know there's a Slither in Arsenal. We know this might have Go again.
Yeah, CNC Go again, and then a 0 for 3 as a possibility. Or even CNC Go again, 3rd Codex would be pretty disgusting.
But this could just be for 6 as well. That's the craziest part. It looks like there will be the Go again. Into the you called it. You called it.
Now you just grab Leave No Witnesses and you can throw it again. But unfortunately, that Frailty is very effective here because Leave No Witnesses will only come in for 3.
Yes, 3 still requires a card. You would like to get 2 cards here, but oh my god! So that's all you got.
Perfectly covers it up.
Wow. Back over. That looks like a Bonds of Attraction blue, just a 0 for 1. That's looking to banish the top card of the deck and the same color from the graveyard. But as we know, these news are sneaky. This probably isn't just for 1. It looks like it's for 6 with just a Nick.
And that might mean that the D-Reacts can't cover it, and it's going to get a lot of banishes.
Nova putting 1 card to the bottom. Maybe he doesn't want that one to get banished. And then there's the first card banished. Is the second card banished?
Okay, it's blue and a red.
Which probably means a blue is going to get away from the graveyard.
I think there's a surgical.
Yep,
yeah, it's
surgical.
Gain a life.
The life matters, but I think that surgical matters even more. And the deck size as well.
Yeah, it means when that chi comes back, it's going to be even more threatening to deck size, right? Because of the fact that you're not using a card from your deck and you're pulling multiple from your opponent because they're forced to block that surgical.
Nerve Scalpel coming in for 1, it hits. Spider's Bite coming in for 1, it hits. Leave No Witnesses coming in for 4.
And just going to let it all come through. So keeping a 4-card hand here.
It hits, banishing a blue, which is relevant because there's only 5 cards currently banished for Alex.
Yeah, but end of the day, from Nova, that's just a 3-card 6 with 1 banish off the top. So Alex being able to kind of tank that and try and come back with his 4-card hand using bonds. There have to be enough reactions here to turn this on. You know that Alex should not keep this full hand unless he can make this happen. So you're going to get bonds here. And the question is how much can you afford to defend? Because at the end of the day, you really do not want to let 3 cards get banished here, especially if Alex can find something in your hand where you still have copies in your deck.
Yeah, and it's so awkward, right? Like, how much can you afford to overblock this with 3 cards still in hand? And it looks like Nova says I'll overblock by 5, which in reality we can only assume it's overblocking by 2 because of the ability.
Undercurrent Desires gonna be thrown out.
Oh, that gets a
Not because of the
Slither
Pikachu
and a
Blue.
Fang Strike and banishes 2 cards from the graveyard. So we need one more attack reaction here to turn that on. But
Yep, but the chi comes
Chai
back,
going
so
to-
you
yeah,
can
the
just
Chi.
mask, and that's the 3rd.
Oh, which also gets a card, which means there'll only be 1 card left in Nova's hand. Nova might be able to make that last card a dud, which should be best case scenario.
Right now, Bonds is not hitting, though. This is only for 5, so the 6 covered it up. Last card gets to be safe. Goes to the arsenal. But Undercurrent Desire is just getting the banishes off the top, actually just being relevant here.
Nova notably down to 20 cards. Alex at 23, but he has the 4 cards in hand. So card advantage about 5 cards in Alex's favor. And Nova just sending a 3, it gets blocked instantly. Leave No Witnesses. Oh, Tunic first.
Oh, Tunic then leave now. There we go. Yeah.
Leave No, which is terrifying with 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. Is there buffs, or is this just, hey, I blocked with a card, it's just for 4? And I want to represent this for more. Which these are some of the mind tricks that New gets to play. Gets to hold back some cards and say, this might be for 10, it might be for 4, it might be for 6. I'm not going to tell you till after you block.
Certainly there has to be react here, because Spider's Bite would be just too much value to swing if this was a leftover blue.
Yeah, my fear is it might be 2 reds in hand and just bluffing is better than playing, but
Possible.
blocking for 3. Baiting
That's
on what
already
the other
hitting, but I
card's going to
assume that
be.
means there's a react.
It's a shred.
Shred, which means
Shred
the react would
yellow.
cover this perfectly. There's Sync below.
This sinking a card.
And Red Hiss.
Red Hiss, but wait, it's a red pitched, so you don't get the Slither in your
Yeah,
hand. It is
no
just for 3
slither, but it is
damage.
+3.
The
The
3 has
hit
been
goes
taken.
through, gets the arsenal, and that's the Undercurrent Desires on the other side, which means that can be played out to banish cards. However, it would give a chi
Yes.
over to Nova, but it is a playable card off of the new ability.
Wow, and it's an E-strike for 7. Maybe for draw card. We'll see. It is draw card. It is just for 5.
A block with a card.
Arsenal
Arsenal going to be
pass.
given to Nova. Nova still with a massive life lead, but dwindling on deck size. 1 in Arsenal, 4 in hand, 11
Oh
in
my
deck, and
God.
Persuasive Prognosis.
Another
That's going
one.
to banish even more.
Just a nick. It's for 6. Banishes 2 cards. And a card from their hand. And Nova says, you can have it. Here's my hand.
No reds. No reds, won't get one from the hand.
And there's the top card. Was it 2 cards on the top already? Did I miss one? I
So
might
so
have missed
one from the
first one.
top on the persuasive trigger.
Yes.
To then see if it's which color, and it was red, and there were
Oh.
no reds in hand. So then the second one from Just a Nick.
Gotcha. Thank you. But Nova has such a powerful hand, right? There's so many options in this hand. They could activate Chi. They could activate New with the Chi. They could activate the attack reaction with the Chi. They could send that baby E-Strike that we called it earlier. There's
Yeah, if they can do
so many
3
options.
modes on Chi Strike here, that would be perfect.
And here comes the Spider's Bite for 1. Down to 8. Is the attack reaction? No, it is the Nerve Scalpel for another 1. Down to 7. Levels of Enlightenment. Choosing 2 modes right now, unless Nova wants to play a card at instant speed first.
Yeah,
Looks
unless
like
they
it
wanted to
is-
respond, but it looks like just 2 modes.
Maybe draw a card +2. Maybe it's go again.
Gotta be draw a card, go again, unless the Chi card in hand was go again. I know there's black text as an option. Actually, no, this is just a Mystic card, not an Assassin card. So Black Text are
With
not an
Alex
option here.
at 7, the +2 might be very relevant. Putting him down to 2. Lots of decisions right now for Nova. Debating which card to play, if anything. Block for 3. So it was for.
oh, block for 2.
Lost.
Spider's Bite. Go
It
again.
is the
from
go
Path Well
again.
Traveled. It's a Chi back to hand.
Down to 4. And now we still have the cheese. We still have news hero ability. We still have our mask. We still have a lot of ways to attack here with the card arsenal as well. There's the mask. Getting rid of a blue. There's another
Oh,
one.
another levels, and this is all 3 modes.
Oh my god, so it's a 1 for 5 that draws a card and is go again. And
So
with
this
Alex
turn can
at
keep
4,
going. There's still a Tunic
and this is
available.
lethal.
There's a lot that can be played.
This must be blocked. And there's another Oasis, which covers it up perfectly.
Yeah, it does 4, so take 1 from levels. And then it's a backstab.
Which is just 3. But you
It's
need to
backstab just
block
3,
it.
but there could be
You
a
need to
react.
respect it.
He has the 0 for 3 reacts on his stealth cards in the deck.
Yeah, and add Tunic up, so it could be the 1 for 3 as well.
Oh, he also it could be a 1 for 3. It could be a spike with blood rot.
Do you just block with all your equipment here to try to stay alive? Do you give
It's
him a
so
card?
hard because how do you win?
Ah. Do you just say no blocks and see if he's bluffing? It could be black text to give it go again. If it hits, could be another
Blocking
attack in
for
Nova's hand.
2. 2 is dead to any reaction.
Also dead to another attack if it is the boots to give go again.
And you can't play D-reacts to this. So if this is a D-react in hand, you're just dead to a reaction no matter what.
Novus is
You
Arsenal
couldn't block
pass.
it in the first place, but it's an arsenal.
Oh my god.
Takes 1 down to 3, loses Helm.
But Tunic's going to 3 with a card in the hand. Hey, is there Codex left?
Think there's 1 left on this side.
Oh, it's a Chi.
But it's Chi.
But wait,
There's a
there's
surgical.
a surgical. Only 6 cards left in Nova's deck.
And it wasn't a blue on top.
Oh my god, with 6 cards left? Oh. Oh, Tunic still out too. This just has to be surgical, right? Unless you
Yeah,
want.
there's nothing better to take. I don't think there were any blue reacts.
There was
And
the one
all
Chi.
the Chi strikes, I think, are in the grave, not the banish.
You could play the Chi card if you wanted to, but then that gives them the Chi card, which isn't great.
Yeah, I would put a Chi in their hand, and there's like no way you
Mhm.
survive from 3 if you allow that, right?
Block it for 4, give up the Tunic.
Now the dagger is just gonna whittle you down, right? This is too many cards that were kept. You get to go dagger, put him to 1, and now all his cards can't block well enough.
Yeah, and any reaction is like probably just game. But if Alex can block for 2 more turns, Nova will be out of deck. That is
Yeah, I
something
mean,
that's super
Nova's pretty much
relevant.
just all Chi, right?
Yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 chi left in the deck.
And he's got a life buffer though, so that does mean that there are these attacks, blue attacks in the banish zone of Alex that you can keep playing and try and catch up on that deck size.
One thing we need to watch Nova's pitch stack. He needs to be very careful of which blue he leaves on top to make sure it doesn't get stolen by new.
The third one. And
Oh,
he's got 2 modes.
levels of enlightenment. Is that for 5? Is that for go again?
Looks
Probably
like
5
it's
and go again.
5 go again. You're gonna have to give the tunic.
Oh my god.
And there's the pump. It's not a pump. No, it's persuasive for 1, but 1 is enough. 1's lethal if you can't block it.
All you
Is
need
it
is
chi in
1.
hand? It's chi in hand, isn't it?
Oh
It
my
is.
god. What a
2
game.
chi. All that's left in these decks is chi.
Wow.
And so Nova gets there with not much in deck to defend. And Alex just can't hold on to enough life throughout the game. What
And
a mirror here between the 2 new players.
this shows why the new mirror is so in depth, because Alex was winning on deck size the whole game. We see 6 cards left, but Nova was winning on damage the whole game. They were both fighting in different ways, and I thought the deck size mattered more, but clearly the life lead mattered so much more. That's crazy.
Yeah, it was very, very cool. And we've got both of them jumping up here, and we're going to be able to chat with them a little bit about this. So I want to talk to both of you about, both of you had pretty different variations on the deck. And Nova, I want to talk to you first, bringing in a lot more of those attack reactions for the stealth cards, right? Having Spike with Blood Rot, and then a lot of the 0 for 3s. This version, how are you liking that ability to kind of pump that damage? I thought it was a really cool interaction with Backstab, and then being able to pump over the top with those reactions where your opponent can't even fight you on the stack.
Yeah, I not of use these activations because when you pitch a blue swing for the dagger and you have to pay the 0 cost the stealth card, and you can use the 1 resource to play off the nice activation like the spike with bubble for 1 cost 5. Yep. And I think a lot of stealth card is pretty good against any matchup because the best step is against some fatigue that is pretty useful.
That makes sense. And on the other side, Alex, it looked like you were playing more for just these stealth cards and the nasty on hits of Persuasive and Bonds, and just trying to play around kind of more of that fatigue style, but it's kind of, that fatigue through damage, right? Just healing up, getting those hits. And I mean, how has that deck been treating you? A lot more of the defense reactions and, Oasis Respite being in your deck as well.
Yeah, it's treated me really well. Honestly, I like all of the gain health cards let you sort of live long enough to actually enact sort of an active fatigue plan. So we were running like all the good health gain cards, and then we're running a lot of attack stat blue, because like even if you like what we really want to do is throw any blue attack and then activate Mask as much as we humanly can, because Mask of Recurring Nightmares is just a bonkers card. So we're getting a lot of value off there. We had a really unfortunate turn on the backstab where we had we got like super loaded with D-reacts, so that was just like very good in that particular moment. I haven't particularly loved backstab personally. I just feel like it's hard to line up sometimes, but when it works really well.
Yeah.
As we can see in that game.
So that was my next question. Going into that game, did you guys both have your own game plan? Alex, were you trying to fatigue since turn 1? And Nova, were you trying to win through damage turn 1? Or is that just kind of how it turned up throughout the game?
I'm trying to get my game plan is trying to go through the damage, and sometimes if I can get a lot of banish, I will go to fatigue. But in this game, I don't get any of banish card. I can a lot use the new ability, so I just going trying to pull the damage and yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for me, I'm not really trying to fatigue. I mean, sometimes we just oops into it. Like we were near it. Like that was, we kind of got to a point in that game where we were behind on life total, and so that was kind of like the out we had to play to. But in general, your like you're going to fatigue sometimes with new. It just kind of happens based on the way the deck plays. But I don't think that's ever like that's not like your initial game plan. Our game plan is to just be really disruptive, and we kind of like I said, we'll just like oops into fatigue sometimes.
Well said. Well said. You guys both played it great. It was so back and forth. I had no idea who was winning until that final turn. I thought it was anyone's game.
Yeah, it's been very fun with new in general. So I mean, I just quick before we've got this next match getting set up. How are you two enjoying MST so far? Like Nova, has this set been really fun? Is it playing assassin been something that you've really enjoyed in the past as well?
Yep. The Bonds of Agony is just amazing card. I love this card from this set. Really.
Sweet, yeah. And then Alex as well. Like MST is assassin been a class you've enjoyed previously, and now getting a chance to try it in a new flavor? Or is this like kind of newer for you and just enjoying the set overall?
This is kind of newer for me. I think I played like Azuri, like just a touch, like maybe a couple of games. But I've really been Alexi main. I was an Illusionist main for Prism. And I just really like a disruptive game plan. So I like being able to kind of throw some wrenches in my opponent's plan. It's just a play style that I really enjoy. And so I liked Ice Lexi back in the day, and this is kind of almost Ice Lexi.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I would say the new feels a little bit like ice, right? It feels like
Yeah.
it feels like ice. It does it in a different way, but it kind of accomplishes some of the same goals. So that's really cool. This was an awesome mirror to watch. I always get worried with mirrors, but with new, it was actually very exciting, especially with the two different types of decks. So thank you guys so much, and we're gonna try and keep trucking on with the next matchup that we got here, Mobogsley. We've got
Yeah.
Josh Lau on Olympia going up against Victor from Jack, and this is going to be a pretty unique matchup. It should be grindy once again. I'm curious what Josh has got cooked up with the Olympia, because the new card that he got is pretty interesting. A lot of unique things you can do with buying back equipment. And we saw some Victor earlier from Ed, but we'll get to potentially see a different flavor, and we might actually get to see his new card shine this time around.
Yeah, I think Olympia was always my favorite new warrior. I was a little bit upset when I realized he wasn't great last meta. So hopefully with his new card, with this new meta, maybe the gambling man himself, Olympia, can come out and wager some stuff, have some big attacks, and have some fun. On the other side, I'm excited to see what Victor's build looks like. Is it going to be a lot of wagers? Do you want to wager a lot into Olympia that might be playing big numbers, big attacks, good attacks? Or do you cut those and just say, you know what, I'm just going to try to go again and play big numbers against you and not try to gamble with those defense reactions?
Yeah, it's interesting because you assume that Olympia might have some amount of wager attacks, but maybe they're just going off of the attack reactions instead, right? So maybe they don't have that many, and so it is kind of a risk, right, on whether or not you'll get kind of gummed up by a 7 occasionally coming out of the Olympia. But end of the day, I feel like the value is just so good on the clashes, and still on average, you should probably beat the Olympia. So I expect that those are still brought in, and then the question just becomes is how much gold generation you can get on both sides. This is very much a gold game, right? Olympia looking for gold to buy back equipment. Victor looking for gold for the clashes, but also to power the new card, the Visit the Golden Estate. And this is it's a really spicy matchup on who can make more money.
Yeah, these are both gladiators, right? They're both in the pits. They're both trying to make everybody proud. I'm not sure, how much Victor himself is down there in those pits, but we both know Olympia's down there fighting for glory. So,
yeah. All right. So we'll see if Josh can visit the Golden Anvil himself and figure that out. And I just want to see the build. I want to know what is going on with that deck. I feel like this is a Guardian, right? It could be Axe, it could be Decimator, which hey, I may be a vocal Decimator hater, but this might be a new thing. All right.
yeah, I agree. I think that's one cool thing about Warriors is you never know how to sideboard until the game starts. You never know what weapons they're going to be on. You never know what equipment they're going to bring. If they're attack reactions, are they good math? Like, you have to make your sideboard before you even see their weapons. And that is something that you could just get wrong from turn 0. Like, you could put yourself in such a bad position before the game even starts. I think that's very relevant with Dory, with Dawnblade, or Hatchets. And it could be with Olympia. Maybe Olympia has Hatchets. Maybe Josh went cooking, and we'll have a sick brew over here.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, of course, it's Warrior, right? Josh has got to have something interesting here. Josh has got to have something cool going on, something cooked up that he's playing with. Because I can't imagine. I can't imagine it's just a boring, only swing axe, never do anything else. Come on, this is Josh Lau. He doesn't do that, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting match, and we should be getting on there very shortly. Cass, how have you felt so far for the other 3 matches? Anything surprised you so far? Anything you want to mention while we get this one set up?
I just like to see the builds that are being played here because I've been testing a lot and against a lot of these heroes, right? A lot of new, a lot of Zen, a lot of Enigma, just trying to see what's going on there. And while a lot of the Enigma stuff, it seems like a lot of different players are kind of coming to some similar consensus. Both the new decks looked pretty different than some of the things I had seen previously, and I mean, Runner and Levia is not something that I've played around with much. Personally, I love the card. I think that card is insane. But I've never liked finding a way to fit it into Levia, so it's always been a struggle. So it's cool to see Shing play that. And maybe it's something I'll try. Maybe I'll test a couple of games with Runner and see how I like it.
Yeah, I think these sets of matches are gonna make players try different things. Maybe your Zen player is gonna go more of a different route because of that last game we saw, right? Maybe the Levia player is gonna play Runner. With the meta being so fresh, you have so many choices, and this event is just so cool to help shape those future games. But I think we are ready to transition over to the game. So let's go ahead and see what we have started for us.
Yeah, now we'll finally get to see those like equipment flip ups, and we won't have to speculate anymore on what Josh has brought today in this Olympia deck. If it's Decimator, if it's a couple of hatchets, if it's a couple of sabers, who knows? It could be anything. It could be rock. Actually,
it could
no,
be a boat.
That's a brute weapon.
So first things first, we're going to do a good old fashioned die roll. I don't know if you're going to go first or second in this matchup for either deck. So it's going to be very interesting to even see what the players choose for the die roll.
Yeah, part of me is just like, I guess second, because it's not like either of them has like a huge turn 1 setup that they would want. I mean, Arsenal is nice, of course, but going second, you can still I think both these decks can present a number and then still get an Arsenal there, and I'd rather present a number and get an Arsenal than just get an Arsenal, I think.
Something to note, Jack presented 61 cards on Victor, and Josh presented 69 cards on Olympia. Just our last game was going to fatigue. I felt like that was something to mention.
Yeah, that is neat, and we do see Dynamo, so it is going to be hatchets, right? It's not going to be, it's not going to be Decimator going on, anything like that. Which I got worried when you said he was presenting that many cards, but I saw Dynamo, so I was like, all right, I think we're probably good.
I can't even say that. Prize Galea, is that how you say it?
Yeah, Galea. Yeah, I think one of the two, and both sound pretty fine.
Is an interesting headpiece. It is the Olympia specialization. Attack, reaction, destroy this. Target weapon attack you control wages a gold with the defending hero. So it's on-demand wager for a gold, which is super relevant. And both of those heroes want gold. So it's very risky to activate that on the wrong turn and maybe give your victor a gold token.
Yeah, and wager a gold is actually 2 gold if Olympia wins. So a lot of times you just break it when you're guaranteed to win. You've gotten the point where it's like, all right, I've won this attack, so let's just break it. And now I get to make 2 gold, and with the new card, you just buy back a new Galea, which is very, very strong. And on the other side, right, Victor, I mentioned Crown of Dominion earlier. It's going to be Crown Shield, and then also Miller's Grindstone going to be brought in here. So looking to burn cards off the top, potentially, from Josh. But notably, with these 2 gold in play, the shield and the 1 gold from Crown of Dominion, the very first visit we take to the Gold Main Estate will be coming with some might tokens.
Very interesting play from Josh there. He activated Iron Song Versus just to cycle a cash in and then Arsenal the card and pass. So very good card management from Josh already.
Yeah, and it looks like E-Strike probably go again into a grindstone swing is possible from this spot.
I mean, 5 go again into 4 is a very good first turn. Also lets your arsenal a card, and you might burn a card as well. One thing to look out for, if that grindstone ever gets some counters on it, you might see Josh transition into more of a fatigue game plan, assuming that he can't be decked anymore and there's no more good weapon on the battlefield.
Yeah, that could totally make sense as we got a blue pitched here. Grindstone likely just going to be it.
Attacking for 4. On hit clash.
And Josh has already played the Sink Below from Arsenal onto this E-Strike, so there's not going to be a clean cover unless he's got another react in hand. May just be taking it and keeping the 4-card hand, but it looks like there's a Fate Foreseen.
Yeah, very good. He gets to opt 1. Only leaks 1 damage. He gets to keep 3 cards into his next turn.
The efficient 0 for 4 D-Reacts, and here's going to be, the first wager coming through. Edge ahead, commanding performance to go with it, so if you block it, you lose your arsenal. This is a great way to try and get a wager through.
Yeah, that's sick. So it's 3, 6. It's attacking for 8. Might wager an agility. Looks like there is a wager with the $100 poker chip on the card. And if you block with action cards, you just lose your arsenal. So it's
Yeah,
hey,
this
either
is
I get
such
agility
a
and
cool
damage,
combo.
or you lose your arsenal. No go again on this attack though, so it will only be 1 hatchet.
Yeah, but 1 hatchet and the wager being an agility plus the gold from Olympia. I mean, it's so much value that you can get together here, and just gonna actually block out with these attacks. And so that's gonna be Arsenal
Ooh.
goes bye-bye from the commanding performance.
But Jack does get an agility.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's gonna get used, unfortunately. I think 2-card hand for Victor.
I think the 9 in agility is more important than getting the agility yourself.
Could be E-Strike draw card, and if you find a
Ooh.
blue, then you can still swing hammer.
Yeah, or you just arsenal it and you're still happy. Yep.
Oh,
Look
E-Strike.
at you go. Oh my
Draw
god.
card.
E-Strike.
If it's a red, you arsenal. If it's a blue, you swing hammer. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
5 into 4 or 5 into arsenal. There's no losing here, really. And there comes those famous dynamos blocking for 1. The prize Galileo blocking for 2. So 3 total blocks so far. Maybe another card comes out. Maybe he leaks 2 damage. Must be a 2 block in Josh's hand if he blocks for 3 already.
Yeah, I wonder. It could just be take it on a chin. Oh no, but it's still gonna just throw a 3 block.
Told him. So maybe Dynamos isn't actually going to block here then?
I guess they're just figuring out exactly what's going on here.
Looks like it is a take it on the chin. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So getting an agility token for next turn, which, as we just saw, Jack fought so hard to not let happen. But that is a blue, so that is Grindstone. That says
Yeah.
block 4, or maybe lose the top card of your deck.
So E-Strike being the perfect card to go with this agility, it kind of informs why Jack was happy to actually block out that wager. Not only do you deny the agility, but a lot of times it feels bad to kind of deny that wager in particular, especially giving up Arsenal. But because the follow-up is really solid, right? You give up Arsenal, but you either get a new Arsenal or you actually just get to throw that extra 4 damage, and finding the blue, making it happen. And now Josh is going to have that agility. It looks like that die kind of fell over. That Galea should only be on 1, not 2.
And those armor, they're all lit up like a Christmas tree over there. They all have counters on them already, which is great for Jack's side of the battlefield.
All right. Gonna present an awkward number again. This is 5. It does have the wager on it. It's gonna be a vigor, which I think sometimes you're okay with the victor kind of stealing this vigor away from you, because you're forcing them to block, especially when you have a follow-up attack as well and potentially a reaction. It's gonna be trounce.
Ooh, there we go, Trounce.
Is there any further block coming through though, or is it just gonna be this trounce? This is actually not a bad time to do
Oh,
something like Civic
CNC.
Steps, but yeah, CNC, but it's
Oh,
Thunderquake
Thunderquake.
on the other side. And there it is. The trounce is won by Jack Tang.
Drawing a card, getting a might, getting a vigor. But if this hatchet hits, Josh will get a vigor and a gold token of his own. So
Yeah,
he
and as
still
you can
needs
see,
2
Josh
block.
blocked really aggressively with his equipment, because if he gets gold, he can actually just buy it back, right? So we're seeing how much gold Josh can actually start to generate, and at least for now, it'll be 1 vigor, 1 gold here.
Does have go again. So we'll likely see another hatchet for 3. Guys are cleaning the board side a little bit. TTS gets a little bit clunky sometimes. Josh choosing to Arsenal. Oh, no, there it is. There's the other hatchet. So hatchet coming for 3. Not hit. Another trounce.
All right, this time not going to be able to get card draw, but we'll see what comes through. You know, I'll hold the lines on the top, so you at least win the first one. CNC going to get shipped to the bottom.
Another CNC. Oh, no, that was the first CNC. And an edge
And
ahead for
so it just needs to be an
Josh.
attack.
There
And
it is.
Chokeslam. So getting an
Another
extra
gold, another
extra
might,
might, extra
another
vigor.
So much value. How can you be upset with this play?
Oh, and now the scary thing is with 4 gold on the field, if we get to see, you know, a visit to the estate, especially on this tunic turn,
Oh,
just going to create 5 might.
that would be insane.
But it's already 2 vigor coming through. End of pitch.
Just a disable. But this is a disable for 9 because of those 2 mites and 2 floating, representing the pummel here.
No, that's just the 2. It's just 1 blue and the 2 vigor. So that's.
Oh, okay. The
Yeah,
2
yeah,
floating confused me there. So it is just for 9.
Of course. Yeah. It's just the 9, which is still a very powerful attack, threatening the arsenal. 9 notably not like a very good breakpoint for crushes, right? It's 2 cards. We'll cover it up.
Yeah, but good for damage.
Good for damage, of course. Good for damage. Yeah, because usually disables for 7, which also requires 2 cards or a card and equipment, right? Dynamo is usually good at covering that, but 7 and 9 don't make a huge difference when it comes to card count.
And for card count, Josh did present 8 more cards in his deck, so we will see if that matters in 20 turns from now. But that is something to remember when we get to this grindier, big number block game. So there is 2 cards out of Josh. 2 good cards too, though. Spill Blood and CNC and Dynamos. So that's a block for 7, leaking 2 damage.
Just going to be an Arsenal pass after that, but still 4 gold on this board. Start to look to set up those big ramps as we've got the Vigor Pop here. And Josh just going to lead with Hatchet. And then I imagine we've got some go again coming through the reactions for this one.
Yeah, the Warriors are so tricky. They just go, it's just a Hatchet for 2, man. Trust me. I wouldn't lie to you, right? I wouldn't lie. It's just for 2 damage. But as we know, they spill blood. There's all this go against shenanigans. You can never trust a warrior.
Absolutely not. Warriors and
like
assassins.
Jax has no blocks.
Yeah, just gonna be Blade Runner. Take the 2. That makes sense to me though. 5-card hand sometimes hard to use for a Victor, but there's quite a few ways that they can get it done. A lot of Victors are running in these kind of cast homes versions where you're getting a bunch of might. We'll see like out muscle, because you can't actually stop the out muscle when it's like swinging at you for 11 with all the might tokens.
Very true. 11 go again is very strong. And it's always awkward to block the first hatchet. You like to say like, show me if go again. Maybe you're bluffing it.
And it's not like it's Dory, right? Where now, Josh can swing with this hatchet again. It's like, no, it's always 2 hatchets here. So block the one that's likely to be more than 2 damage, get more efficiency out of your blocks. And a Clash of Vigor, going to be a full block on the 6, but we'll see the clash and see what happens with that. And there's the new card, Visit the Golden Anvil on top for Josh. So going to be drawing into that. Only has 1 gold to pay for it, so would only be able to buy back 1 piece of equipment.
Notable there, Grains was activated, so there will be an additional Vigor on Josh's side for next turn.
Yeah, that's always big for this deck to have that on the resource curve.
Jack kept 3 cards, though, 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. With 3 gold, Tunic on 3, lots of options. Oh, looks like card got placed in the wrong section by accident.
Like he may have drawn 1 too many cards there or something. Looks like they're getting it all sorted out, and we'll see what the swing ends up being. 3 cards, 1 Vigor, so an extra resource available. Could be a good setup just to find, like a 2-card 8 and keep an arsenal.
Yeah, with Tunic on 3 as well, it could be a 5 cost. But it's just Chokesam. Not the best card against Olympia. It does say like they can't range or anything, which is the main thing. So you will guaranteed get a card out of Josh's hand. Oh, looks like Josh's. I don't care about gaining the attack next turn. I will just block 1 and take the rest.
Yeah, it's very interesting because gaining power is kind of like the warrior's thing, but I guess
Especially
it's
with
attack
5
action
cards.
cards, not weapons. So
Oh, okay.
that makes the big difference there.
That's a very good catch there, which makes all these buffs very strong. Starting with another commanding performance, +3. And if you block an attack action, the arsenal is destroyed. Into a hit and run, giving go again. Into a hatchet body for 5. So 5 go again, 2 float, 2 in hand.
This is a great way to actually cash in your Galea. And yep, it looks like no blocks was said. Galea immediately cashed in because you don't want to block the commanding performance. So now you come in for 5. A D-React can't cover it up. Easy just way to get the Galea value. And now you make 2 gold. Now, we know that Visit the Golden Anvil was there. So I believe that is that last card is going to go into Arsenal. And so this next turn with 3 gold available, Josh can block with this temper equipment, let it blow up, and then rebuy all 3 pieces for some additional armor.
That is so cool. With the Goblet of Blood run wine as well.
Yeah, so you'll have the agility and the vigor to help out.
That's such a value play right there by Josh. But on the other side, Jack kept 4 cards in hand. This could be one of those crazy go wide turns by Victor that we've seen in the past. I guess there's still another hatchet
turn's not done, right? There's extra hatchet for 3 at the end.
That is just damage. So Jack says, yeah, it's fine. It's only 3 damage. I'll take it. Goes to 28.
So the big thing is I think Jack just wanted to keep Arsenal because the wording of commanding performance, it catches people a little off guard, right? Because it's until end of turn, your warrior attacks get, when it's defended by 1 more attack, destroy the arsenal, right? So while it pumped the first hatchet, the second hatchet also can't be blocked by any attack actions in your hand or else you lose your arsenal. And we do see Visit Goldmane Estate getting played here. Draw a card, good. Make 5 might. I have 2 floating here. Incredibly powerful.
Is it 4 might? Oh no, 5.
Shield.
Right.
5,
my god. The value.
And this is why people have been calling it Cast Homes, It's very reminiscent of Cast Bones in KO. But it's a blue block 3, so it's even better. Replaces itself. You do have to pitch for it, but it draws a card off itself. So,
and a Spinal Crush to follow it up. No floating, but a card in hand, card in arsenal. This could be pummel.
Yeah, gonna try and demand some blocks, and as you said, this could just be a pummel onto the Spinal. We haven't seen a pummel yet, and this was a big keep with this hand.
And Pummel would be so backbreaking right now with that agility token to just say, that's a cute agility. No go again for you.
Yeah, the question is does Josh plan to block with the full equipment suite, play out, visit the Golden Anvil, and actually kind of rebuy everything, heal a bunch of life? And if that's so, he could afford to give up the agility and just block quite heftily on this, even considering the pummel.
Josh debating all the options, if it's even worth playing on the pummel here. Playing on the pummel, you have to give him your whole hand and have a defense reaction to back it up. Or you block with all your equipment and you need to cover up 10 more after that. Or do you just say, show me the pummel, I'm going to block for the crush effect, and if you've got it, you've got it? So many decisions here in this match.
All right, well, to start, I mean, we've got the equipment being put in front. But of course, already more needs to be blocked to stop the initial spinal crush effect.
Josh checking his arsenal again, making sure he's done the math, making sure he knows exactly what he needs to go to his turn. Because you don't want to full block this and then just not have a turn, right? You can't just give your opponent a free turn like that. You still need to make game actions on your turn. So you can't overcommit with the block too much. You have to respect the pummel.
Considering this is going to be 5 might going into that next turn. So giving a 4-card hand with that can be really frightening, depending on what Victor can find.
Looks like Iron Song response getting blocked. So blocking for 6 so far, which is respecting the crush effect, but not respecting pummel at this point. Jack is hovering over his arsenal. It's a pummel!
There it is.
It is. And now does Josh have a defense reaction to cover that 4 damage? He'd still get the pummel effect. He does. He's got
it's
unmovable. What? That covers it perfectly.
So there was 3 damage left over, and then the 4, and this is 7, right? That you don't get pummeled, you don't get crushed, you get
blowout.
nothing.
Wow. Josh did the map. He checked it twice, and he was pummel proof there. That's insane. And he gets to keep a card and an agility and a vigor for his next turn.
Yeah, so at least going to be able to swing a hatchet. I think it's like swing a hatchet and rebuy your equipment and get a new arsenal. And it seems, it's not a lot of damage, but you're still presenting turn here.
Yeah, 2 damage is still 2 damage. This is a game that is won by inches, so that is very relevant there. Jack thinking about the 2 damage, but if he wants to block or not. You don't want to give yourself an IP penalty by not blocking. And there's a test of strength. This is another gold to draw card. Oh, that's the whole deck.
1 too many cards there.
There you go. It's a thunk.
6 might now.
Who thunked it? Oh. And it draws the blue as well.
And you get a gold.
The next cast homes is going to be so good.
Yeah, it'll be 7. There we go. We're visiting the Golden Anvil. 3 gold being paid into it.
Such a good price to get your equipment fixed too. Pay the nice man 3 gold, get all your stuff back.
Okay, so replacing... We've got a Brave Forge this time to go alongside instead of the Iron Song Versus. But a new Grains and a new Galea. Interesting.
What do you think about the Brave Forge braces being brought here instead?
It's interesting because it's battle worn. So the first one's temper, and now this is battle worn. So now you actually have your arms effect for the rest of the game. Whereas with versus, it was just until you blocked with it. So I kind of like the battle worn in that scenario, right? Where now you at least will continue to get value out of these Brave Forge, just forever.
Not to interrupt you, Cass, but oh my god.
Yep, we're gonna make a ton more might with this. Look at that. Beautiful. We're gonna make 7 might, 6 might on this turn for whatever swing comes through.
Is this a KO cosplay right now?
It is. It absolutely is. We have seen some disgusting things. This is what I was talking about earlier. And Ed just didn't get a chance to do this, right? Because all of his came so much later in the game and he didn't see his clashes early enough, right? So he just didn't have time. He didn't have a chance to play this against Pudding. But now Jack is seeing the fruits of his labor with these the estate coming back every single time. And it's going to be 6 might on a
Disable
disable.
for 15? That's crazy. And
Disable for 15, roll 7 might into your next turn with an arsenal.
Like, what do you even do if you're Josh? He had such a good
Cry.
play last turn.
Be upset.
The red unmovable was broken. Oh. Getting out the big D20s to really show what's going on here. I like that we're color coding the dice. This is very nice.
Oh yeah,
7
the
might
D20
tokens.
for 7.
And those 6 gold, at some point you can just start cracking those to like dig for your dominate effects for the late game as well. So it's not just giving you these might tokens, it's also giving you an insane late game advantage.
Yeah, and we'll start seeing how much Josh wants to block. I imagine at a certain point you're giving the arsenal here. I think 15 is a little bit much.
We thought that last turn, but then he had the red unmovable, so I'm never going to count Josh out anymore.
Yeah, it also could just be a defense react in arsenal, which would be kind of ideal in this spot. Makes the on hit not actually exist.
Blocks with the helmet, it looks like. That's blocking for 8,
Oh,
9,
blocks
10,
all of
11,
it.
12. So he gets to save the arsenal.
Stops the crush with only 2 cards from hand. That's pretty nice. I mean, that's the power of the Golden Anvil buying back this 6 block. And then it's additional block on top of that. It's an additional 3 blocks. So it was a 1 card 9, but it used 3 gold. That's pretty good though.
Yeah, both these decks are showing us why their new specializations are just so good, right? Like, yes, Jack did just get a million mites, but Josh got the armor to block those mites to basically make it equal. Red Blade Runner, go again, plus the next weapon. Hatchet coming in for 5 more. 6 more because it sees the other hatchet, my bad. Jack took the first 2. He's taking it all.
Oh boy. This smells like an out muscle to me. He's got to go again, Source here. It could be rouse, could be out muscle. It's something.
Do we have the 3rd cast homes?
Oh, that would be so gross. Make it 8 this time. No, it's E-Strike. So there's the go again, Source. You like E-Strike for 12 go again? How do you feel about that one?
That's like below rate, but I think I would accept it, you know? I wouldn't be upset. Wow. 12 go again. 3 cards left in hand.
Tunic's up as well.
3. You know, we keep seeing Jack make these amazing, huge number of plays, and Josh somehow just blocks it. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this Olympia deck just so defensive. Being able to buy that extra armor, and it just buys so much time.
And these Dynamos really showing why they're so good. Blocking 6, blocking 7 so far. Josh is running out of armor block to keep giving every turn.
There's Tunic. This is where Jack starts to crack through.
Oh.
Golden Sun. 10 overpower. 22 damage turn on this 5-card hand.
People say that Guardians are slow. Look at this.
And you still get to buy an arsenal here. It's massive.
Take it on the chin from Arsenal.
Yeah, take 8. Swing your hatchets twice to reset Dynamo, and that's the turn. Probably buy an arsenal as well.
Yeah. Which is not a bad turn after everything. Considering it's a 22 damage turn, not a bad turn.
Ooh, it's rough though. It's a yellow. It's not a blue, so you can't get the Brave Forge or the Grains value on top of this, which I think Josh would have loved to have.
Very good point there. Trying to get any extra value points as you can, and unfortunately, yellow is not it. But this is still a 5 damage turn off 1 card.
Clash of Vigor. Up the ante. Thunk. It's another might.
Oh my god, these thunks are perfectly placed. But Up the ante is a very important card to look out for next turn, knowing Josh will be drawing that.
Yeah, that's big. Find a way to get some more gold generation. If Josh can actually keep a hand, that's going to be the big question. Because once again, 4 cards, Might and Vigor, 5 gold available as well.
Life totals 16 to 18, so super tight on the life totals. Deck size about the same as well.
It's Spinal for 10.
That's pretty good.
2 floating as well. If this is a pummel. Oh,
This
boy.
is a pummel. He had the pummel last time. You have to
Finals
get
worst case. Like, I feel like Josh wanted to maybe keep as much of this hand as possible. Try and play up the ante. Get these tokens re-rolling. Hasn't been able to use any of those cash-ins, right? Because the gold had to be used for the golden anvil, and that's the opportunity cost there. Is now the cash-ins are worse. And a lot of times Olympia will be swimming in gold, but against Victor, it's been harder to kind of break through and get that gold gen.
Yeah, really no window to get gold at all besides the one turn we saw the Galil being played. Other than that, it's been so grindy. 3, 6, 7 being blocked on 10. And it's the pummel again! It's the back-to-back pummels plays on the spinals. Is there another defense reaction to cover this? Is there an unmovable? Unmovable red would be perfect here. And it's not. Josh takes it down the 9. Discarding a card. Crush effect is active. And there goes Glint.
Yeah, discard the go again effect. Now, what's the play? Pitch a blue. Oh, pitch a blue just to swing hatchet.
Yeah, but I assume Jack is probably just going to take this, go down to 16, and then just send a big number.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on hand composition. Can you use everything?
Yeah, with the 5 gold as well, you can always dig a little bit deeper if you don't like the cards in your hand.
All right, Galea at least can be used on this. Make the extra gold.
Yeah.
Now, if another cash in is found, it can at least maybe make a turn happen.
Is that 2 gold or should it just be 1 gold?
It's 2 because it wagers a gold, but then Olympia.
Oh, and then you win
the
the
first time
gold.
you wager. Yeah, so you
Yep.
get 1 there as well.
Might be able to rebuy that back again if we don't see a cash in soon.
Yeah, it depends how many Galea he's got in the sideboard, right?
Here comes a Rouse. Revealing
Ooh,
Prime to Fight and a Thunk.
I feel like Prime to Fight had been cut from a lot of Victor decks in the past, but being played here for Jack. I like the card though. If you ever have a Vigor, then it just becomes a 2-card 10. It's quite good. Or sorry, if
Josh
you have a
wanted to
Vigor and a
double-check
Might,
it.
yeah. But if you just have a Vigor, it's a 2-card 9.
And with all these golds, Jack could always just pitch that blue Thunk, draw a card. Pitch the next blue draws a card. He can still just send that if he wants to. So there's the choices of just swing hammer arsenal or pop gold to dig for some more blues.
He does still have 1 more visit to the Gold Main Estate, so might be incentivized to just keep the stack of gold. Because he has this life lead, he might have time to kind of keep going through the deck until he finds it. And then once that's been played, then it's like, all right, well, now I'll send all this gold as fast as possible.
That's a good point. With only 35 cards left in deck as well, he's got to be getting that 3rd one very soon.
It feels like it's usually the case with the Victors in this play pattern is ideally you see all 3 of them before you crack any gold. But of course, sometimes you need to crack it to try and win a clash.
Double Blade Fury getting blocked with right there. That's one of the big power cards that Olympia has access to.
Yeah, and then just covering the grindstone. Just keeping a card. Has the Vigor as well. And there's
a cash in.
Okay. So this is still going to be 3 cards that Josh gets to come back with the Vigor giving a resource as well.
This could be the big power turn Josh has been looking for. What did Josh draw off the top? Does he have a way to get these hatchets go again? Does he have a way to wager? Can he rip cards out of Jack's hand? Almost all the equipment is used up on Josh's side. Can get that counter off Dynamos if he has a way to attack twice. Might be able to get some value from his other equipment as well. Josh
Still
is
got
in
a
the
pretty big
tank.
lead on health and also armor, right? We still have full block on the civvies, full block on the arm piece.
Yeah, Josh is looking at the deck size win right now, though. He's winning by about 5 cards. So if it does get to a grindier match, that is favoring Josh, but
Yeah, but knowing that we've got one more cast homes and it's only 8 life to get through, I don't know that you're gonna be able to defend against this. To 33 cards in a Guardian deck, I think that's way too much damage.
test of strength here. And it's a miss.
Finally a miss. So consider on whether or not to crack gold. I feel like at this point you can use one of
Yeah.
them. It's not a big deal.
It should replace itself, right? So it's not that much of a risk. It does replace itself.
Oh boy.
And Josh's arsenal and passes. Had no way to get go again. Oh, just a hatchet for 2 pass. Go back over to Jack's turn. Pops a gold. Wants to go fishing. Has 1 floating, 4 more gold, and a tunic counter. With a full grip. And it is a disable for 9. Notably,
Yeah, could still
floating
just be
too.
third pummel. But because there wasn't a lot coming from Josh, it's also possible that this is just all that can be done on this turn from Victor. Sometimes they just can't use every card that they have.
Yeah, he could have just sent Thunderquake for 8, but it's not as good. So I think fishing there is better to hopefully draw a bigger and better red like we see here and represent Pummel. I don't know if Josh can afford to play around Pummel anymore at this point in the game, but it's still representing it, still asking the question.
Yeah, it likely cannot be defended, so it really is just what can you block with and still have a turn.
Josh is looking at 2 cards right now to block with. Would take 3 down to 5 if that was the case. Only 1 armor block left as well. That's an unmovable from Arsenal. But wait, it's pitching a red. It's pitching another red.
Oh no.
No, 3 reds.
Oh, that is brutal.
It covers it up at what cost?
Yeah, I mean that's just the whole turn, right? You're just pitching 3 reds to the bottom and they're still clumped, so even if you can get to that pitch sack, it's not gonna help.
Yeah. Is this just Arsenal pass then from Josh? Is it even worth swinging a hatchet here?
No, probably
It's just-
not. Yeah, you just have to Arsenal. And they're gonna just draw up. I mean, the hope is that Victor can't use the hand, but we see Tunic being popped off. That's just gonna be Holmes. Oh, no, it's a red being pitched. Okay, Tunic and a sink blow.
Maybe all reds from Jack. And this is the kind of turn you need if you're Josh, right? Have your Guardian player draw a handful of reds, and this cast Holmes. That was the next card drawn.
Yep, we're going back to the estate. And while this one's a little smaller, it's really still awful. It's 5 might, you know? It's like, oh yeah, not as bad, right? Nah, it's 5 might. It's 5 might draw a card. Hey, this card's kind of good, kind of insane. I would probably complain about this card more if I didn't feel bad for Guardians in the current meta.
After all the pain Guardians been through for one whole meta, we have to let them have something.
Yeah. I think that MST is already hard on them, so letting them have something a little ridiculous is probably okay. I say this, but come back to me in like 6 months or something when like a meta we got victors everywhere, casting homes on all of us.
Oh my!
Oh,
That's
it's
the
huge.
Golden Sun. That's 10 overpower. Pitching Reds.
Yeah, to pitch everything into it, but 10 overpower. Warrior is fortunate in that they can sometimes just cover this up because they have reactions.
Yeah, but even if Josh covers this up, you still have those 5 mites going in the next turn.
Exactly. Just rolling them
like-
to the next one. Especially
Yeah.
if they find if Jack can find third Golden Sun to kind of like line up with these mites, it just gets really terrifying.
Or another E-Strike, or another Zealous. Or another Rouse the Ancients. Like, there's so many go again effects that can just abuse those mites.
Oh, this
But-
hold the line's actually on.
Yeah,
There's
that's
a gold pitch too, and then the gold off of visit.
yeah, 2
so-
card 9 block. That's great. And
Solid
Josh
use
didn't
of
sink
defense
anything.
reaction.
No sync makes me think that Josh has a very good hand. Still has a 10-point life deficit to crawl up to, but this could be the turning point. This is a hold'em for 5, wagering a vigor, which is also a gold if Josh wins. No go again currently. 1 card in hand, 1 float. It's a trounce.
Trounce
And a
CNC
CNC.
gonna cover it.
Wins the first clash.
It's pretty hard to lose with all this gold as well.
Wins.
the
Oh, it's
spinal.
a spinal.
So you draw the
Those-
spinal with 5 mites. You draw red spinal, 5 mites available. Make it
Wow.
6 because of the trounce.
And a vigor as well to help pay for it, just in case.
Yeah, just in case,
Well,
because a blue or red and the
2
vigor
vigors.
that gets there, right?
And you
So,
look at 2 vigors because of the wager.
oh, that's true. It's glint. Is it another react to push it over the top? Is the question.
Oh!
It's Iron Song response. All right.
No way.
So the vigor won't be there, but a great rip off the top. Josh will get a vigor. He'll get his gold. Push just a little bit of damage.
See small victories, right?
Yeah, and he's
Slowly
still got
chipping
extra
away.
3 on the backside of this.
And if Jack takes this, he's down to 11. Nope, he'll just block with
Ooh,
the spinal.
blocks with the spinal. Interesting. He must have something powerful in the arsenal to go with this 6 might as well, though.
It might be the last Golden Sun.
That would be a way to close this out, right? In fact, we were just saying that would be kind of the best card that he wants to pair with this.
Oh,
It's
no.
the prime to
Instead,
fight, but he had might and vigor, so he gets both modes. So
Wow,
it only
that's-
costs 3 and he gets to keep an arsenal. This is great.
It's 16. 16 damage. Wow. So Josh is almost forced to block this whole hand here. Being at 6. You could block with 3 cards and boots and chess piece and go to 1. And then that buys you an arsenal, assuming none of them are defense reactions. Or you block with your whole hand for 12 and go to 2? That doesn't seem great either.
There's the whole
And
hand.
that is the whole hand.
Block
We're
12.
gonna see Dino as anything else, or is it just go to 2? It looks like it's just go to 2. But the good news is no more cast homes. We are running out of go again cards. So it should only be 1 big attack from now on. I think there's 1 or 2 go again enablers left in the deck. And Josh just gets the swing hatch for 2 off that vigor token he had.
Yeah, but we're at the point, you can mostly take this.
Oh
but you
my
also just
God, a
block for
test of
efficiency,
strength.
and gonna be another gold generated. It's a Thunderquake. It's another blue coming to the hand. More gold to dig.
Did Jack find a go again card? Having a gold.
Blue. Draw a card.
Looking for a Macho Grande or something similar.
It was
That
a
was a
CNC.
CNC.
We kind of got a little leak there.
Playing the card from Arsenal. It is a Golden Sun.
Oh, is this like
Oh.
all reds in hand? Nope. Well, we knew there was a blue from the Thunderquake.
10 overpower. It's not a bad play though.
Yeah, 10 overpower when opponent is at 2. This could just be it, depending on what Josh drew. Does he have the reactions to survive? He does. Yeah, there's some attack reacts. Got the Dynamo.
That covers it up for 10. Gets to keep a card with gold online. Might want to pop some gold to, dig a little bit. Might be a cash in. There are still outs here for Josh. Looks like it is an Arsenal pass though. Both players on 23 cards left in deck. Don't think we'll get there, but just want to throw that out there. Josh's Warrior at 2 life.
Ah, there it is.
Victor at 14, and it is Dominate.
Blue
Is that
Macho.
unmovable? Is that unmovable in Arsenal? Is there another
We've
defense
seen
reaction?
2. It's
It's
hard
armor
to
block.
imagine there's a third red immovable
There's
here.
a
but
fate
there's
for
fate in
seed.
hand. Take it on the
There's
chin.
a test of that's 4, 5, 6, 7 goes to 1. He lives.
Lives makes an agility 3-card hand. The problem is that Victor is still on 14 and has like 6 armor block left. And so even though Josh is living, it is so hard to try and fight back.
If there's a will, there's a way though. He might be able to buy his equipment. It's still a possibility. Blue. Pop a gold, draw card. One floating here. Pitch a blue. It's a pop a gold, draw card again. It is. 2
All right,
floating.
all the gold's gone.
It's Josh's turn to go fishing. That agility token is up, so the first hatchet has go no matter what. Hatchet for 2 with go again. Gets the block finally with the armor. CNC. Coming in for 6, threatening the Arsenal. 1 floating. Civic
just
Sex
starting to
being blocked
finally
with.
use the armor block, but this is going to give a quicken that actually is potentially relevant.
Jack kept 3 cards and 1 Arsenal. Still has 3 gold up. And it's another Macho Grande. He said you blocked the last one, but can you do it again?
Let's see. I mean, Josh has used so many defense reactions. I feel like it's unlikely to be able to get past this Macho once again. Doesn't have the armor block remaining to support it.
No, he shows the hand. That is game.
Can't get there, and that's Blue Pitch taking yet another win, leaving just Nathan Crawford to try and grab
my
one win for
God.
the Card Guyz here today.
Wow, Blue Pitch up 4-0 is not something we expected coming into today. All these games have been so razor thin though. They've all been so
Incredibly
exciting.
close matchup. This was a really cool showing from Olympia though, because this deck has been like pretty disrespected, and people don't think it's very good. And then it got a new card that has some really cool implications. And I think Josh actually did get to show us the power of that card and just running into a Victor, running extremely hot, hitting all of these, cast homes, getting so much damage through. And so, I mean, we're gonna get a chance to talk to both of them and maybe pick their brains a little bit. So, Jack, Josh, what a fun game to watch. Jack, I want to immediately just ask you about that new Victor card. How you feeling about that? It looks pretty good in this game.
I think it's really best if you can if you can consecutive play it in two rounds. 3 rounds is too extreme, I would say.
That
If
card
you can play
is
it
nuts.
2 rounds, that's stupid because it just draws you a card and create at least 3 might tokens. Because you got your first 2 golds with your Aegis and the crown. So basically when you played it, you draw a card and create 3 might token. So it's very good for 1 cost, I would
Oh
say.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I mean, it gets even better if you've won any clashes throughout the
Speaking of
early
winning
game,
Yeah.
and you get
clashes,
there and it gets even scarier.
Well,
And
I would say Josh not very good luck today.
yeah. I don't think so.
well, the good thing is we both got to do our thing. Halfway through the game, where he's
Yes.
like, I make 5 might tokens. I'm like, shouldn't it be 4? He's like, no, I got Daddy's shield. I'm like, okay, sure, you make 5 might
Yeah.
tokens. I get to equip all my stuff back. And we're like, yay, we both did the thing. And then he proceeded to do his thing twice more. And how did he get to do my thing twice more?
With that being said, Josh, how did that card feel for you on your side? How did it feel to get back your equipment and have like 6 more armor for the next turn?
I mean, it's good value. You also get to exchange the Iron Song versus for bracers, so then you can have 2 outlets for your resources. The second Galea also helps quite a bit in pumping through the cash-ins, because if you use the first Galea on the Golden Anvil, and then you can use the second Galea on powering the cash-ins and just having enough consistency in the deck. It's a good card. I've seen some people running like 3 Galeas and like 3 chess pieces, and I'm like, I don't know if you're gonna be able to get that much. But I found the sweet spot. So my list actually has like 2 Galeas, 2 Grains, Iron Song versus Bracers, Dynamos, Hatchets, and then AB2. So I kind of found that as kind of like the sweet spot. You get to do your thing once. And then if you draw any more copies of Golden Anvil, they're blank. They're titanium bubbles.
Blue block 3s.
Yeah.
It's definitely
That's all you
definitely
need.
good.
Yep.
Yeah, it feels like it was a big improvement on Olympia. This game, of course, Victor got to run away with it, doing his thing, but it is cool to see a hero that was pretty underrepresented, and the payoff was the gold. Now the payoff is the Golden Anvil, and I think it definitely did perform. And I assume you liked having the bracers because it just guarantees you get to keep essentially like a permanent on the board since this is battle worn versus just having the temper.
Yeah, you often are cycling vigor tokens from turn to turn to turn. So like if you lose your grains, at least you have an outlet with the bracers. And it incentivizes them to block the first attack a little bit more. So that's always nice. But yeah, I think Jack played very well, and that kind of shows the power of Victor.
And I just wanted to ask Jack about it real quick on the Victor. How are you feeling about Victor in the like MST meta? Because I know a lot of people are a little worried for Guardian, but he still has so much power.
Well, I would say if you didn't pair into New or Enigma, it's perfectly fine. But if you
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, if you have some games with them, I would say it's not looking good because I think it's just too difficult to play against New. Try to playing around her reactions or maybe her hero ability is how difficult. And sometimes if you cannot run her through fast enough, you get one shot by her hero ability.
Yeah.
That transcend and play all your cards in the banished zone. And usually Victor do not have a lot of reactions, so it's kind of painful to play against you, unless you try to include more reactions and maybe even snacks. Because snacks do quite a lot of work against you, I would say. And for Enigma, well, you just can't hit her hard enough to clear the board. Because you hit once or twice only in each turn.
Mhm. Yeah,
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
no.
Makes sense to me.
Makes perfect sense.
Yep.
it's the way Ellis has designed it. You know,
Yeah.
Jack and I were
Some
joking
of
in the
the
middle of the game when he played his
Yeah.
Golden Sun. I was like, so the devs were like sitting down and they were like, okay. So one of the devs is talking to the other dev. Is like, so Warrior's going to lose every single clash against Victor, and he's like, yep. And he's like, is that balanced? He's like, okay, you know, we'll create this mechanic called Overpower, and Warriors can block Overpower really well, so the matchup is balanced.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
You
It's
blocked
balanced
it so
matchup.
well, Josh.
Yeah.
You blocked the 10 overpower.
Yeah, I
Good.
blocked the 10 Overpower because I'm a Warrior.
And you blocked, was it the 15 damage spinal?
That
Yeah.
was
The
cool,
unmovable
yeah.
and arsenal? Like,
Yeah, Warrior is good defense sometimes, yeah. But unfortunately, couldn't get there. All right, I'm gonna throw this show match scoreboard up again. And Jack, you have anything else to say?
Well, yeah, I think this is kind of very fun to play, and
Yeah, that
thank
was
you for
very
the
fun.
casters, and yeah, thanks for the games.
Yeah, no,
thank you
Jack.
for playing the great game. That was so much fun to watch.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
All right. See ya. Take care, Jack.
All right, let's
Take care.
jump back in with the rest of this
Yeah.
this last game. We
So,
got
Cass, this game is for all the marbles. There's
yes,
so much
right. This is
pressure
the
right
only
now
one that
on
matters,
this last
right?
game.
You know, it's 4-0 for Blue Pitch. But now this one, all the marbles,
Mhm.
Nathan Crawford versus Alan Lau.
Yeah.
We got Dash on the side of Alan versus Zen for Nathan. And the Dash, I'm just super. Is it going to be, because you know this is like an MST show match, right? This is part of the Mistveil release showdown. Alan certainly brought Supercell and is going to build the mech, right? Like
I hope so.
he
I
has to-
really
It has to be.
I want to see the mech.
We'll
I
see
think
with
it'd
the
be even
starting item, 'cause
funnier.
it'd be like starting hyperdriver, I guess, is maybe the case if you're going for it.
Yeah, maybe just get one out of your deck to begin with. It would be funny though if Alan just brought like a super defensive slab deck and just said, you know, I'm just gonna block everything and just like doesn't even
I'm
play the
just
new
going to
card.
fatigue you, Nathan. Let's see.
So-
Nathan, you know, on the Zen we saw earlier, we got to see Pudding play Zen and playing a little bit more around Tigers, but of course with the bonds package, right, being included. So not full Tiger, but also having bonds. And I'm curious if that will be, you know, the case for Nathan, or if Nathan's going to be like full Tiger, if he's like full bonds build. Always fun to
Yeah,
watch and see what these
There's
Zens
so
are
many
playing.
ways. Both these decks, it's a mystery until they flip, right? We don't know what either player is doing until like turn 1, maybe 2, to really like kind of see what they're trying to build for, what combos they're looking for, what items they're looking for. So I'm excited. I love both these heroes because when you sideboard, you just don't know what to look for.
And this is
Who do you think has this one in a blind Dash versus Zen?
blind guess?
Mhm.
Because I feel like Alan is trying some fun stuff with Supercell, and I don't know how good that deck is. I'm gonna give it to Nathan. I think Nathan's got to put one on
Alright.
the board for the Card Guyz, right? It's got to happen. We're on the
Fair.
Card Guyz stream. They cannot get adopted on this. They can't get 5-0'd. They can't get completely sweeped. They've got to grab a win.
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm rooting for Zen as well. I feel like it'd be sick to see the Card Guyz get one.
Oh, but if he's
I don't
playing
say-
Supercell, I'm rooting for Alan. Absolutely.
That is fair. If we do see Supercell, I do have to switch sides.
All right. Well, players are just getting set up, but overall, this has been a fun showcase of this because we're so new into the set that it's like you said, we don't know what everybody's playing, right? We have no idea exactly what's going to be in the list because most of these decks don't have a consensus across, you know, like all the players out there of what is being played. You know, we'll get into a meta and it's like, you know what an Azalea deck looks like, you know what a Victor deck looks like. You know, some people got a couple interesting pieces maybe that are different from each other, but it's always kind of the same. But we're still so new here that it's like the new decks, the Enigma decks, the Zen decks, they all look very different, and you even get to see some of that, you know, especially with like Levia, we saw earlier, and so many different choices within the deck that could be different than a lot of other Levia players.
Yeah, I'm learning so much just watching these. I feel like I had a good grasp on the meta. And then every single round, every single game, I'm like, oh, that's sick. Oh, that's a sweet combo. All those cards are paired to each other. Those paired. So yeah, this has just been super fun watching these, super fun commentating. And I'm just excited to get this final game on the road and see what spicy tech this Dash deck has.
Oh yeah. I mean, we even got to see like we got to get people to cope even harder on Victor, right? Because like look how crazy that deck is right now. But but the matchups are really scary, as you heard Jack saying. Like I think that's been what most people are talking about is yeah, you don't want to see a new, you don't want to see an Enigma on the other side. So here we go. I think we're starting to get into it. It looks like they're shuffling up.
We'll do it. One final game. Let's see. Who is coming out here? Is Dash going to boost their way to victory? Is Zen going to summon an army of tigers to get there? Looks like they're going for the classic high roll strat. Oh, Zen wins the die roll.
Nathan with a good start, right? Things have not been going the Card Guyz way, but the die roll here, Nathan going to make it happen.
If this is an aggro mirror, you can decide to go second. But if you think they're on the Supercell plan, maybe you go first and try to set up a big 5-card hand. So many choices before you even see what they're on. Nathan thinking about it, deciding what he wants to do. It's almost kind of like nice when you're the Dash player and you put the die roll in your opponent's hands, right? You can just sit back and say, hey, this is your decision.
It's definitely
the Hyperdriver. It's Hyper
Hyper
X3.
Yep,
It's Cogwork Space Legs. Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
I love to see it. Now on the other side, it is going to be the same equipment that we saw from putting earlier on. So we'll see who's going first in just a second. I think that Alan's on the play.
And just so everybody knows, Supercell is the new card that costs X. And when you play it, you put X steam counters on X target hyperdrivers. And then you create a hyperdriver with X steam counters. And then if it's 3 or more, you can shuffle a Construct Nitro Mechanoid from your banished into your deck. So that is what Alan will be looking for. Is that Captain's Call?
That is Captain's Call.
Oh, interesting. That is very interesting.
Next attack action card 0. Oh, so this. I mean, this works with Tigers.
Yeah, those were Tigers.
Yeah.
Pass back over to Alan. He played a high octane, drew a card into a Sprocket Rocket. Boom.
Boosting is 0 to 50. So how many 0 cost boosts are actually in here? Because that's Sprocket Rocket and 0 to 50. Those are not the good ones. You know, usually you want 10 more on that 0 and actually make it good.
0 to 60, way better than 0 to 50. However, they both cost 0.
What's interesting is that is like draft chaff of draft chaff, right? This is it's not even an expedite, which means there's probably expedite in this deck. And then data link. So just every 0 cost.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to go fast.
So what is this?
3 action points right now, 3 floating, 0 to 60 hits for.
Yeah, you can pistol 3 times.
Oh my god.
Sprocket, how many 0 cost boosts are in this deck? Did Alan just go into Fabry and just type in like 0 cost boost and just put them all in?
Because that isn't expedite blue that just got banished.
And then you pistol 3 times.
Oh my god. And no hyperdrivers or anything for the combo was banished, which is even better. Pistol.
Oh yeah, there's heart too, so. Okay, there's a hyperdriver to banish, 2 to banish.
Oh,
you know, this is also going to be probably running the non-attack actions that grab hyperdrivers from banish. So you're just trying to turbo banish all of your hyperdrivers and then just pull them back in with the gas ups.
Wow, he is cooking over there. This is crazy, and it's only turn 1.
Those weren't banished from boosting either, which is hilarious. So they don't go under Hyper X3. Because they were banished from Foundry Heart.
Yeah,
So
which
I'm curious, does he want them under HyperX 3 or does he want them in Banish? I don't know.
I assume so. I assume you want
I
them under HyperX 3, right? For the value?
I guess so.
Because like that's why you're playing HyperX 3, right? To draw cards
Right.
late game?
Yeah. I mean, it's also a battle worn helmet for your mech.
That's fair. Expedite banishing 0 to 50. 3 go again. I wonder
this
if
deck is wild, man. It is.
do you think Nathan's gonna realize that he's playing so many 0 for 3s and just try to fatigue him? Is that like a possible strategy that Nathan might try to like pivot to early game?
So the question is just like, how secured is Alan in making sure that he can craft the mech, right? Because you probably can't fatigue him if he crafts the mech.
That's true.
So like you actually do have to interact with him and push damage, but he's just throwing head jab over and over and over again.
Rocket for 3. Go again. I mean, Nathan's life is going down pretty quickly.
T-Bone. See, there's a good card.
Yeah.
It's really
3.
good in this matchup too. If you're looking at Zen, all his equipment is essentially blade. Oh no, the battle worn boots though. That's quite good.
There goes Supercell to the banish with the T-Bone. Twin Drive for 5. Nathan already at 18. Oh, and those are pouncing paws, which are battle worn, not the ones that instantly get a tiger.
Yep. So that's why this was quite nice because it gives the ability to
Mhm.
block the T-bones. And I wonder if this is a sideboard choice or just very fortunate that that's the one that he liked playing instead of the normal ones that immediately give you a tiger.
It looks like Nathan is playing Levels of Enlightenment, holding priority, playing the card that makes Chi to then get 2 modes off of it if he wants to.
Well, unfortunately, the first pitch was Art of War, so he can only get 1 mode. There's only
It was Art of
one
War.
blue.
Still gets the Chi though. Still gets to activate Zen's ability, which gets a tiger and a card.
Yeah, and very notably, good to find that first Chi, so now Traverse the Universe can set up for a big turn, which really Nathan needs. Nathan needs a massive turn, so this needs to deal some damage. He needs to be able to pull a really, really good hand, and then Traverse the Universe and make something massive happen before things get a little too late, and he gets beat down by a mech.
Looks like he chose
Tiger
Swipe, which is a good block this or else card, which is very nice.
Yeah, it's also just a 0 for 4. Go again.
Yes.
Off of the Tiger.
So 3 go again. Coming. Oh, nope. Art of War. Hold up. We're still cooking.
Banish the Tiger. Which makes Tiger Swipe an interesting choice. But we'll see if there's actually more ways to make the Tigers.
Oh, I think Nathan realized that as he went to banish it.
Oh, he can still make another Tiger with boots.
Yeah, with his boots, yeah. I think he hesitated for a second. I think he maybe be like self-doubted and then realized the play he wanted to do still works. So draws 2 cards. +1/+1 to the board.
Oh, and because he
4 here.
transcended, he does actually have a floating resource still.
Does Alan want to block? Looks like Alan doesn't block. Takes the 4. Head leads tail. 1 costs 3. Go again. When this attacks, name another card. Attack action cards with that name have +1 this combat chain.
Yeah, usually I guess you can just name Tigers.
But that is for 4 because of the +1 for Art of War. So 1 damage does get through. Aspect of the Tiger for 4. Getting another Tiger to hand. Oh no, that gets to ban. It gets to the banish, actually. My bad.
Oh, but the tiger swipe is actually pretty scary now because you can create another tiger with the pouncing paws and try and go a little extra wide here. Especially if you named tigers with head leads tail, they'll be for 2.
Takes the 2.
All right. Yep, it looks like pouncing paws going to make another tiger.
Attacks for 2. Oh, with Shuko.
So it's for
It is
3.
for 3.
And it means that this tiger swipe is going to be a must block coming in for 5 go again.
5 go again. Not much armor block would be able to cover it up. They will block for 5. Arsenal pass. That wasn't a bad turn. That was the turn that Nathan needed, I think.
Yeah, this is huge. And if that arsenal is something like an Art of War, just another power card, having traversed the universe, now turned on by this chi, is going to allow another massive turn to follow up. And yes, it won't be able to have the extra tiger that you like to see a lot of the time when you make that traverse the universe play, but by using one equipment there and making a massive turn, and then potentially making another massive turn with the other piece of equipment, it's being able to separate into 2 big turns in this aggro matchup, which is really important. So the problem now, though, is this T-Bone. You've lost your battle-worn equipment, so a block's got to come through. Now, if the hand is good enough to just throw Traverse here and grab a Chi, then honestly, it's not that bad.
And that's what we see happen. The Chi gets grabbed. Takes 1 from the T-Bone. Another T-Bone, though.
Boosting another supercell away. But this is going to be the 12 petal, and I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Unless the hand is already transcending, you probably don't care about it too much, especially since this game is going to end pretty soon. And the Shuko is going to be more important. You need to find that extra damage.
15 to 23. A 6-card hand, though, for Nathan. What do we start this turn off with?
I mean, if there's an Art of War, you just start with Zen, you make a tiger. Go grab the combo piece you need.
Roar of the Tiger. Creates a crouching tiger, and then crouching tigers you control this turn gets +1.
That's pretty good.
We know
You're
this
guaranteed to at least get 1 more tiger from Zen.
Nathan looking at all his cards again, making sure he knows the perfect line.
Okay, 100 wins.
A good value, 1 for 3. 0 for 3, actually.
Yeah, both sides loving to play 0 for 3 go agains.
Alan very quickly blocks for 3. Oh, another crouching tiger gets entered due to aspect of tiger.
That's 2 tigers. We know a third is coming. There's a block
This
with
is a
Mechanoid. No hyperdriver, so it makes sense. Okay, pitch a blue.
The weapon comes in for 2. Buffs up the next tiger by 1. Tiger for 2. Oh,
ooh, that's perfect.
chase the tail.
Chase the tail's brilliant here. It's coming for 4 go again. Next tiger's going to get an additional +3.
And we'll get another one for Shuko. And get another one for Roy the Tiger. Something for 5?
Yeah, so now the big thing here that I don't know if Alan is realizing, this is a chi. You just grab Tiger Swipe.
Yeah. So you can't block this.
You cannot block this. You have to save a block card for the Tiger Swipe, and there we go. Yeah, we do have 1 card being held back, and there's armor to come through as well.
It's another tiger that can attack for 1 again into Or is it another Chase the Tail? Oh, there's no floating there. Never mind. Gets
Well, this
Tiger
is a
Swipe like
great
you
chain
said.
from the helmet block.
Tiger for 1. Tiger Swipe for 4.
Yeah, on hit, make 3 Tigers. Blocking with the Teklo Foundry Heart, the last card from hand.
Alan
Easy
giving up
enough to
his whole
cover.
hand. So Nathan gets to untap and draw his whole hand, and it's going to be 4 cards.
No equipment left, but still having the Shuko available can get a lot of value. And a 4-card hand when your opponent's at 11. Great thing about Ninja is pretty much every hand is at least somewhat functional. It's a little can be scary with Zen if you draw too many cheat cards, since you only really have the dump with the hero ability, unlike someone like New or Enigma, where they can kind of find other ways to utilize those chi. When it comes to Zen, he really only has the hero ability.
Very true. At the beginning of this game, I was getting a little bit worried about Alan's deck size. But we just saw Nathan turn the corner and say, I don't care about your deck size, I'm just going to kill you. It's just crazy.
All right,
Oh,
we're gonna get the
there
double
is 2
chi
chi
play.
cards.
Oh,
There's
see,
3
what
chi
I'm saying?
cards.
Massive cheat hands,
Wow,
but at
you
least
saw it
this is
coming.
domain. So you're gonna get these extra Tigers, which allows you to do things like God, I can't chase the tail, I believe is what it's called. Chase the tail, where you
Yes.
can Tiger first, then chase the tail, then Tiger after, and it actually makes it so this will still be able to do a good amount of damage.
And the other one is Rising Sun, so you can put one of those Tigers on the bottom of the deck if you want to.
That's actually such a great point, because you get these extra Tigers in hand, it's gonna give you a stronger card, and if an Art of War is found, I mean, it's just massive.
Bottom of Tiger, you get your chi back to your hand. You just have a million options.
Yeah, you can also bottom a chi, right? Because you can have 2 chi here.
I guess the next question is, do you need the resources or do you need the Tigers?
Exactly, right? Just depends on the hand composition. We won't know what was shipped down. But this is scary. The domain expanse, the Tiger Jade domain. Zen Sacred Art is very good. It's just hard to find a hand where you can play it. But this triple chi hand, which would be bad with any other chi cards, but the domain makes it work.
That was
There's the
4
Art
chi
of
in the
War.
hand? That's crazy.
Back breaking. That's going to be able to banish a Tiger. Draw 2 more.
+1/+1 of the whole board, which the Tigers already have +1 from the domain. Not all Tigers get +2 this turn.
And that domain, I assume he put another chi in his hand already for it, and he's just showing it to represent the +1/+1 for the Tigers. I didn't count the cards. I didn't see all the actions, but I'm assuming that's what Nathan got
Yeah,
there.
I believe I saw him grab the chi earlier.
Yeah, because he should have 1 more chi in hand to pitch to Zen.
Nathan again deciding his options. He's drawn so many cards this turn. His hand has changed so much during this turn.
All right, Kakara to lead things off.
Actually, good tester to be like, I'm gonna block this turn or not.
All right,
Oh!
levels is 3 blue pitch. You pick all 3 modes.
Draw a card +2, go again. +1 from Art of War, so it's for 6.
Yep, 6 go again, draw a card. Pretty solid. Cover 6,
Alan
2
deciding he
floating.
needs the block here. Army of the Hunt. It's a tiger because he's pushed the blue card this turn. So it's 4 damage. Gets a tiger. Takes 1 down to 8. Tiger attacks for 3. +1 from Ardivore, +1 from Weapon, +1 from Jade. Tiger domain. Blocks for 3. So with that chi, he can get the one to find more tigers.
There's the second one. So he'll get one more tiger. And tiger is the last thing on the chain. So it can be.
Does he just
Chase
get
the
tiger
tail
swipe
again.
again? And just fill his hand back with tigers?
Yeah, he's got one floating. Chase the tail seems correct, right? 4 go again. There it is. Yeah. 4 go again. And then you add the +3 to the tiger. There's already +1 from Ardivore, +1 from Chase. But it'll be a tiger for 5.
This is chase the tail for 5.
Yep. 5 go again, and then another 5 from the tiger. There's no cards left to block with. Alan's just gonna explode here.
Wow.
And Nathan is not gonna let the card guys go down without a fight. He's gonna make sure that there is a W on the board at the end of the night.
Ancestral Harmony, just because why not at the very end of the chain?
Oh, you love to see it. Nathan finds the role he needed, finds the Art of Wars, finds the domain on a turn with extra blues under no pressure. I mean, just everything you want to see from Zen, especially when you're playing the Tiger version that requires all that synergy. You can see the synergy on full display.
That was crazy. Really shows, like you said, the power of Zen, the power of those tigers. Just like we saw 2 completely different Zen decks today, both going in 2 completely different like play styles, and they both looked extremely powerful.
Oh yeah, we're gonna pull them in and get one last little interview before we call it a day here. But the card guys finding one win at the end will be 1-4, and we've got Nathan and Alan here. Nathan, Zen, woo! Able to actually get the full combos off. How are you feeling about this tiger build? I mean, it does always feel pretty disgusting when you get the Art of War banish a tiger.
I mean, I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm actually running the bonds package in the deck. I have a
Oh, that's
package.
hilarious. That's
Yeah,
so funny.
I know we didn't get that far, you know, because I was just doing too much damage. But like, I am running a package of 3 red bonds, 2 red descendants, 3 blue descendants is the count that I'm currently on.
So I guess your list is a lot more similar to Pudding's than it like looked like, just because the deck played so differently, because you just had all of these like really quick tiger turns out the gates.
Yeah, I just love the Chase the Tail. I think is just an all-star. I mean, we saw 2 plays on it, getting easily anywhere between 7 to 8 value off of that one card, and it's searchable. And because of the chess piece, you usually have that one resource just sitting there anyway. So it on the surface, when you read the card, it's like, man, this is kind of hard to pull off. But the deck kind of naturally, if you do have the Tiger generation, like Roar of the Tiger and stuff like that, it really can kind of just hand you those hands that really just make it work.
Yeah, it was sweet to watch. And Alan on the other side, I feel like we didn't get to see the deck on full display. I was excited to see the Mechanoid package built in, and I'm curious, what are some of the other features of that deck and how it's supposed to get to the Mechanoid? Because we got to see some supercells banished, so we know that's part of it. But are there like gas ups? What are some of the other ways that this deck gets there?
I try to play against Zen with approach. If I draw the item in the first turn, either I'm going first or second, then I will go to Mechanoid plan. If not, then otherwise I will go for the full Argo plan. So, because if I did not plan 1 to 2 items in 2 turns, in the first 2 turns, then I have no time for the Mechanoids. So I have to give up the Mechanoid plan and try to raise them. Unfortunately, Sam was too busted, and leave me no time to pay that. So I did not pay. I was more. I try to pay more defensive if I can get the item early, and with the new card Supercell, if I can deploy a what they say deploy a hyperdriver, then I can x equal to 2 and make a free hyperdriver and turn on the mechanoid very easily.
That makes sense. No,
Gotcha.
it looked like a fun deck. It was running like a ton of head jabs trying to get there really quick with all the 0 for 3 boosts. And I thought it was a really interesting take on it trying to get there.
Yeah, that was a ton of fun to watch from both sides. I felt like both decks were doing crazy things, and wow, that was a lot of fun.
All right. I want to just pick y'all's brains again a little bit about MST as well. Nathan, we'll just kind of start with you. I mean, like you're playing Zen right now. I don't know. Have you experimented with a bunch of different heroes already? Is there anything else that's been really fun?
Yeah, when I first dove into the set, I spent most of my time on New, probably, and then I enjoy the play style. I think she does some very like fun, interactive things, and there's like a lot of mind games there, so I enjoyed that aspect. But something about playing Zen, as an example, basically when I took those last couple T-bones at the end there, I past that point in the game, I never looked on Alan's side of the board. I was like, okay, let me just play all of these cards out of my hand, and then when his life hits 0, I'll stop. Like, I didn't look at his equipment. I didn't check if he had an item. I was just like, we're just gonna try to kill him. So it is a different approach than Assassin, but it's enjoyable in its own different way.
All right, for sure. And Alan, I want to check with you. I mean, you know, you're playing Dash here, trying out the new Supercell, trying out some stuff. But have there been any other heroes, any of the new heroes that you've been really excited about and testing a bit with?
I think after this game, I think Supercell is more relevant for Max because they can easily hit 2 hyperdrivers easier than Dash. And amongst those MST heroes, obviously we can all see Zen was very busted, and I was very curious how they made a change of the deck like KO before, because when the start of the heavy hitters, we all know that KO is broken, but we didn't have a comprehensive build, so we are playing maybe Berserk or some 3-4-7s, and after time by time, then the build was more comprehensive and can play value games like those hero before Icelander. So I'm not worried about Zen, and I think for me more excited is New, because I think Enigma and Zen, these 2 heroes will be softed, but if someone can build a very good New deck, I think he can take control of the national seasons.
Hey, that's cool. I totally believe it. From playing against New and the not fully optimized lists yet, and that it already feels quite strong. I think that's a really cool take, and I'm also really interested to see the first person to kind of break New and see how it is to play against at that point. But you know, thank you guys. This was an awesome match to watch. Really fun to see. We got to see the full extent of a Zen pop off here. It feels like, or not. Well, maybe not the full. I've seen some pretty gross chains, but we got to see some really good stuff out of it. And this has been just a fun day overall. You know, Mo Bogsley, you got anything left to say before, I guess, I don't know, Josh, if you're going to have any final words on this thing before we close it out for the night?
Yeah, it was a pleasure watching all 5 matches. Every match felt like the decks played out so differently than even like similar heroes. Like all the heroes had different builds, and this meta is wide open, as we can see here. So I'm super excited to see where Nationals goes, and thank you guys for having me as a caster, and it was a great time.
Yeah, of course.
We just want to say thank you to both of you for jumping on and helping us out with the casting. You guys did really well. I know chat really enjoyed everything.
That's good.
Yeah. I guess just quick shout outs to the sponsors here at the Card Guyz, Fabric.gg, Magnolia Gaming, and Dragon Shield. You guys help make the magic happen. Yeah, it was a great game of a great night of games. But over here in the US, it is quite late, so I guess it's time to sleep.
All right, let's call it then. Thanks so much to the Card Guyz for having us on. I've been Casanova. You can find me at Casanova Cass, and been joined by Mo Bogsley all night. There's been a lot of fun casting with you, Mo Bogsley. Where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter/X at Mo Bogsley. So I'll be posting on there a lot.
All right. Well, and shout out to everybody from Blue Pitch, everyone from the Card Guyz. These games were awesome. Thanks everyone at home for watching. I hope you enjoyed all the gameplay, enjoyed the casting, and we'll see you around at your national season. Everything is going to be really, really sweet. So make sure you go play some Flesh and Blood, play the game, see the world.